SMAN Golewa Selatan? Siap. SMAN 1 Soa? Oke. SMA Santo Carolus Riung? Para peserta serta guru pendamping, ada beberapa hal yang jadi catatan penting untuk disampaikan. Tapi kita, ya baik teman-teman atau adik-adik peserta dari SMA 1 BAJAWA sudah hadir. Baik, kalau sudah lengkap ya, ini ada beberapa informasi yang perlu kami sampaikan ya, terkait dengan hal teknis dan mekanismenya akan ditambahkan oleh Ibu Memi. Yang pertama bahwa pada hari ini ya, kita masuk di babak 8 besar ya. Di hari Kamis tanggal 22 April 2021, kita masuk babak 8 besar sekaligus semifinal. Ya. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan bahwa hari ini dari 8 tim ya, akan mengikuti lomba ini dan kemudian nantinya kita mengerucut ke 4 besar dan dari 4 tim yang lolos sebentar ya sesuai dengan penilaian tertinggi, tim tertinggi atau nilai tertinggi 1 dan 2 akan melaju atau menuju ke babak final, serta tim yang memperoleh nilai 3 dan 4 ya secara otomatis memperoleh urutan atau sekaligus juara 3 dan 4 ya pada perlombaan 8 besar ini. Bisa dipahami ya? Jadi dengan kata lain tidak ada pertandingan untuk memperebutkan juara 3. Dari 8 besar ya sudah bisa dipastikan atau sudah bisa didapat untuk juara 3 dan 4-nya. Sedangkan urutan 1 dan 2 tertinggi akan melaju ke babak final. Itu satu penyampaian yang perlu disampaikan kepada adik-adik peserta dan juga kepada guru pendamping. Baik, yang berikut ada beberapa hal yang perlu kami tambahkan sebelum kita mulai ya. Untuk kita semua, kita sekalian baik peserta, guru pendamping maupun teman-teman saya di tim IT ya dan juga panitia untuk kita menjaga ya, keamanan dan juga ketertiban selama berlangsungnya perlombaan ini. Bagi teman-teman ataupun bahkan guru-guru pendamping yang mungkin ada satu dan lain hal ya, yang mau kurang berkenan ataupun ingin disampaikan, silakan menghubungi teman-teman panitia tapi di luar ruangan ini ya. Jangan membuat gaduh ya atau mengganggu ketertiban di dalam ruangan ini. Baik, selanjutnya saya silakan Ibu Memi untuk menambahkan terkait dengan mekanisme dan juga mungkin memimpin kita dalam doa sebelum dilanjutkan.
Okay, good morning, all debater, audience debater. Before we start our activity today, allow me to lead us in prayer. In the name of the Father, Heavenly Father, thank you for the night rest you gave us. We praise you for the gift of another day. We don't know every step of your plan for today, but we know it will be good for us. As we gather before you to participate in this competition, make us aware that we do this competition not for our own glory, but to glorify your name. Let this competition serve a way to praise your name and spread your good news. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, okay, I want to remind what some rules in this competition. Each substantive speech will be given 7 minutes to be delivered. There will be one knock after the first minute and by the 6th minute. In between those knocks, POIs are allowed to be over and must not any longer than 15 seconds. POI only for giving additional information or clarification or asking for question. The due time of each POI is only 30 seconds. Next POI should be 15 seconds after first POI. The speaker who has the floor decides which POIs to accept or reject, but should take at least one POI. POIs offered beyond the time range mentioned previously are prohibited. On the 7th minute, the timekeeper will knock twice to indicate that the time is up. If the speaker continues speaking after 7 minutes and 20 seconds, the timekeeper will knock continuously and further continuous will be penalized. Reply speeches will be given 4 minutes to be delivered. There will be one knock after the first minute and twice on the 4th minute. If the speaker continues speaking after 4 minutes and 20 seconds, the timekeeper will knock continuously and further continuous will be penalized. POIs during reply speeches are prohibited. All the debaters get the same chance in giving POIs, but it should be spread evenly, not monopolied by one debater of each group. All debaters are not allowed to bring your mobile phone during the competition. And I would remind everyone in this room to maintain order and keep silence during the debate. Please turn off your mobile phone, pager, or any sound-producing device that may disturb the debate. And please do not enter or leave the room during speeches. And now I ask all the debaters, please take the number, take your lottery number here. Okay, for your information to all the debaters, when you are giving your speech, please put off your mask and please put the mic in front of your mouth. Thank you. SMAN 1 Soa and SMAN 1 Riung Barat, please take your motion lottery here. You have 10 minutes to prepare.
Cek. Baik. Untuk peserta yang sudah menarik lot dan khusus untuk ring barat dan juga soal, mohon dipersiapkan ya. Kita dipanggil oleh panitia sebentar, baru kita kembali. Cek. tulis dengan asli yang dibacakan jelas. Ada perbedaan di waktu tempat adik saya. Yang berikut tidak hanya artinya yang terbaca tulis bagi saya simpel alurnya sesuai kesepakatan.
Cek. Baik, terima kasih. Sekali lagi saya mengulangi ya, dari apa yang sudah disampaikan oleh Bapak Jenny selaku Ketua Tim Dewan Juri. Ya, kami menyampaikan permohonan maaf untuk kita semua, khusus untuk adik-adik saya ya, yang merupakan peserta dan juga guru-guru pendamping teristimewa untuk adik-adik dari SMA SOA dan juga ISMA Golewa ya, terkait dengan penyampaian. Tadi sudah dijelaskan oleh Bapak Jenny. Jadi baik, kita tidak hanya menyampaikan permohonan maaf, tapi juga dengan aksi seperti yang disampaikan Bapak ini. Oleh karena ya, untuk kemudian aksi ini kita bisa berjalan dengan baik sampai dengan tahap yang terakhir ya, adik-adik semua, kita di sini sudah lengkap. Teman-teman dari ISMA Golewa, guru pendampingnya, oke, baik. Mohon maaf ya, Nona bertiga untuk ketidaknyamanan ini. Baik, perlu saya sampaikan sebentar, teman-teman tadi sudah tarik lot, kita ulangi lagi ya, karena otomatis kita hari ini ada 9 tim ya. Ya, kemarin dibacakan 8 tim karena ada satu dan hal seperti yang sudah disampaikan, berarti kita ada 9 tim. Oleh karenanya loadnya sebentar. Untuk hari ini kita akan melangsungkan 3 babak. Ya. 3 babak. Yang pertama itu yang kita sebut dengan 8 besar, tapi ada 1 tim untuk preload ya. Saya perlu jelaskan. Kita tarik load ulang, ada 9. Sebentar, teman-teman peserta yang mendapatkan nomor urut 9 berarti itu preload ya. Bisa dipahami ya? Melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Jadi babak pertama ini kita tetap mempertandingkan 8 tim ya. 4 tim saling berhadapan. Hasil dari babak pertama itu otomatis kita akan mendapatkan 4 tim ya. 4 tim, tapi sebelumnya ada 1 free. Oleh karenanya untuk supaya jangan gantung, 4 tim nanti itu akan dipertemukan lagi berserta 1 tim preload dan juga ya, sesuai dengan kesepakatan panitia 1 tim yang berada di urutan 5. Ini bisa dipahami ya. Dari 8 tim kita ambil 4 yang menang. Urutan 5 sebentar kita ambil lagi ya. Sesuai dengan poin yang akan diberikan oleh Dewan Juri. Urutan 5 akan berhadapan dengan 1 preload di babak yang pertama ini. Untuk menuju ke babak kedua. Bisa dipahami ya, Mas? Jadi di babak pertama kita tetap 4 pertandingan. Babak kedua nanti sebentar kita ada 3 sesi. Urutan 1, 2 dari 8 besar berhadapan. Urutan 3, 4 berhadapan. Dan juga urutan 5. Urutan 5 akan berhadapan dengan 1 preload. Yang di babak 8 tadi. Setelah dari babak kedua ini akan menghasilkan tentunya 3 ya. Untuk menuju ke babak terakhir 3. 1, 2 otomatis menuju ke babak final. Juara 3 urutan 3 otomatis menempati posisi 3, juara 3. Tapi saya pikir Bapak Jenny terkait dengan urutan juara itu nanti kewenangan panitia ya. Mungkin akan diatur karena kita 1, 2, 3 itu sudah pasti dan selanjutnya itu nanti terkait dengan juara itu nanti panitia ya. Kalau untuk penilaian, mungkin ada yang mau bertanya terkait dengan penjelasan saya ini, saya persilakan.
Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Ini mengusul, kalau terima juga tidak apa-apa, kalau tidak juga tidak apa-apa. Bagaimana kalau yang tadi kami tarik lot pertama dengan SMA SOA, kami tetap maju, karena sudah tarik lot tadi kan, tadi sudah beri chance 10 menit, ataukah tarik lot ulang dan untuk nomor ulang untuk itu. Kami mengusulkan yang sudah di pertengahan yang kami maju saja, tetap sebentar nanti diskusikan, saya kembalikan. Terima kasih. Biasanya kami dengan SMA SOA sudah ini, teman-teman dari SMA SOA, ibu pendamping juga pasti sudah ini, dengan saya dari Lomba juga saya kembalikan. Terima kasih banyak. Mohon maaf apabila.
Karena kalau mengakomodir usul ini, maka tidak terjadi yang mencabut ulang, bisa jadi muncul ya, harus. Nah, dengan demikian, apakah teman-teman bersedia sepakat menerima yang tadi tidak sempat ambil lot, dia ya sudahlah, dia kesepakatan bersama, enak untuk kita semua. Bagaimana? Ya? Oh ya.
Cek.
Ya baik, terima kasih atas kesempatan. Kami guru pendamping dari SMAN Inggris 1 Golden. Ya baik, mengenai tadi mungkin ada ketidaknyamanan sedikit tentang partisipa yang ikut lolos ke 8 besar. Jadi kita di sini sudah punya total 9 tim. Oke, kalau karena ada total 9 tim, maka solusi terbaik untuk kami bukan berarti kami memaksakan ini, tidak. Ya. Berarti kami sebenarnya punya potensi untuk bisa kan free load di posisi 9. Kita pertimbangkan itu, gitu. Oleh karena itu, ada baiknya saran saya, loadnya kita tarik. Karena setiap tim punya kesempatan untuk bisa mendapatkan free load, gitu.
Oke, sekarang ada 2 pendapat. Yang satu bertahan dengan lot lama, yang lain buat lot baru. Ada pendapat lain, Pak Sipri?
Baik, terima kasih dari meja Dewan Juri. Terkait untuk menanggapi hal ini, kami dari SMA Hardiknas BAJAWA menyampaikan bahwa karena kalau misalnya apa yang disampaikan diusulkan teman-teman mengikuti format yang pertama dan pelaksanaan load sudah terjadi, itu artinya mekanismenya sudah beda. Apa yang diusulkan teman-teman dari Goleva berarti itu benar juga, karena sekarang sistemnya kita sudah terdapat 9 tim. Praktisnya secara mekanisme debatnya dan itu kita sudah ada perubahan. Maka dari kami mengusulkan itu tetap dilakukan lotre ulang. Karena supaya itu disampaikan, karena peluang untuk menjadi preload itu adalah supaya keadilan semua. Karena secara format kita tidak bisa memaksakan load atau tidak load, tetapi format debat yang sudah disetting. Terima kasih.
Ya, baik, terima kasih. Kalau begitu kita load ulang ya. Kita sepakat load ulang.
Teman-teman dari Yang Barat, kita sepakat ya, suara terbanyak supaya kita bisa melanjutkan kegiatan kita.
Dengan catatan tidak boleh ada lagi komplain bila mana
Yang kemarin preload, sekarang dia preload lagi. Ya, ya.
Ujian. Cek. Baik. Sudah di sini. Untuk mempersingkat waktu, kami panggil 9 perwakilan dari masing-masing tim untuk tarik load ulang. Baik, mohon perhatiannya. Tarik loadnya sudah dilakukan oleh perwakilan masing-masing. Perlu saya urutkan di sini atau saya bacakan. Urutan 1 SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa, urutan 2 SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa, urutan 3 SMAN 1 SOA, 4 SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat, 5 SMAN Seminari Matloko, urutan 6 SMAN 1 Bolewa, urutan 7 SMAK Santo Karolus Riung, urutan 8 SMK Hardiknas Pacis Bajawa, urutan 9 ya, sesuai dengan kesepakatan kita preload SMAN 1 Bolewa Selatan. Baik, Ibu Memi lanjutkan untuk kegiatan kita.
SMAN 1 Bajawa and SMAN 2 Bajawa, please take your motion notes right here. Okay, you have 10 minutes to prepare.
Cek, kami panggil ke ini Ibu Maya. Perwakilan SMA 1. SMA 1 dan SMA 2 perwakilannya maju kembali.
Three things before you speak them out. The first one, ask yourself, is it true? The second one is it necessary? And the last one is it kind? Well, I think the principle is not only applies in everyday speech, but also in debating as well. Let us meet out the debaters from SMAN 1 BAJAWA and SMAN 2 BAJAWA. And the motion for rescission is, this House believes that the online learning does not have an impact on students' academic abilities due to widespread cheating. Acting as a government team, we have SMAN 1 BAJAWA, Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milos, the first speaker, Bonifacius Francisco de Santos Deos, the second speaker, Giovanni Stanley Manuel Watuas, the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Bonifacius Francisco de Santos Deo. And acting as the opposition team, we have SMAN 2 BAJAWA, Marianus Alderiano Babo as the first speaker, Maria Clarita Jami as the second speaker, and Maurice Pengi as the third speaker. And the reply speaker is Marianus Alderino Babo. Okay, to open the debate, I give the time to the first speaker of government team. Please deliver your speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, member of this House, and Mrs. and Mr. Retirement and Timekeeper. Let me introduce ourselves. I am Laurencia Maria Carmelita Milo as the first speaker.
I'm Bonifacius Francisco Santos Deo as the second speaker, also the reply speaker.
I am Giovanni Stanley Emmanuel Watu as the third speaker.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are debating the motion, the online learning has no impact on students' intelligence. The keyword of our motion today is online learning, students' intelligence, and teaching. The first, online learning. Online learning is any form of learning from the party or fully over the internet. In online learning, you can take the education to your life, wherever you want and from anywhere. But it seems the students are not motivated to learning seriously. Online learning are not effective because student feedback is limited. The feedback has made positive impact on students. This makes the learning process easier and more meaningful. But in online learning, students struggle with feedback. Students who complete their assessment regularly become dissatisfied when they do not receive personal feedback. Online learning certainly follows the rapid development and technology. The use of technology, no thanks. The technology, infrastructure, internet, networks, and cost.
POI.
No thanks. Our education must be able to keep up with the technological, with the advances.
POI. Okay, thank you for giving the time for me. Okay, I will question. If a student is cheating, why do you say that it's not act in student ability? How can you make sure that doesn't matter when they can get knowledge from their actions and their affect their academic ability?
Can you repeat again our question?
If a student cheating, why do you say that this had no impact in student ability? How can you make sure that it doesn't matter when they can get knowledge from their actions and this affects their academic ability?
Okay, thank you for your question. Cheating means doing something against the rule. That, and of course, cheating only going against what is the answer, not how is the answer. Of course, this will impact someone's knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Mastery of technology must be all to every parent, student, and teacher. Not all parents, students, and teachers are technology literate. In general, senior teachers have not been able to master technology. There are those who want to learn to use technology, to some who do not want to learn about use technology.
POI.
No thanks. There are still many teachers who do not yet understand how to instantly substitute technology.
POI.
No thanks. Almost the same obstacles faced by students and teachers in online learning. The main challenge in online learning for the teachers are internet and networks, lack of training and low awareness. Aurora and training vision in their received insight of impact of pandemic COVID-19. On the teaching learning process, a study of higher education teachers which was published in journal Debat, Indian Journal of Management. Still, the low awareness caused students not to follow online learning flows. By the lack of interest and doubt about the usefulness of learning, lack of attention, lack of personal thought, and lack of interaction due to connectivity. It is where some of the most significant drawbacks in online learning. Thus, it will have a significant on students' academic ability. 2. Students' intelligence. means the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Online learning is not effective for students' knowledge. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for the chance to giving to us to participate in English debate competition. We are from opposition team, and my name is Marianus Alderino Babur. I'm a first speaker and also reply speaker, and second speaker is Maria Clarita Jami, and third speaker is Mauritia Funyi. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are debating the motion, the online learning does not have an impact on student academic abilities. So from our team, the education sector experiences disruption and change in the learning process. Therefore, the government, through the Ministry of Education and Culture, has issued a policy for a new academic year 2020/2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic. Starting from early childhood education and to secondary education for teaching and learning to be done online. Online learning is used as a solution in a pandemic like this by collaborating with various supporting applications to carry out online learning for students. Even though this system has been running for several months, it still reaps and pros and cons among the community. No, thank you. Many people agree, but there are also many people who think that online learning does not have an effect on student academic abilities because of the prevalence of cheating. Therefore, the teaching and trees, no, thank you, who overcome this by doing learning via video phone, using applications such as Zoom or Google Classroom, so that they can monitor students while working on the question given by the teacher. It can be a certain night that... yes, please.
Can you prove your statement by the data?
Okay, thank you for your question, and I will answer your question. So, I mean, more learning capacity online will give students complete control over their learning. And students can work at their own pace. Generally, students work faster and process information. Thank you. With a greater capacity, this is why study online is thought to be better done in shorter study period than in class, so the students got tired. No, thank you. Keeping the brain developing by the school online, students will train the brain optimally and by directed every day and remain productive. Creating roots in the brain cells so that children's intelligence continues to developing according to their age. So, no, thank you. This house regret the online learning has no impact on students. Okay, please.
I'm sorry. I asked you, you can't prove your statement by the data. You need the data part. I need the data part for your answer that doesn't provide the data.
Okay, thank you. I will answer your question. This house regret online learning can impact on student ability because in online learning it can have a positive impact on students. For example, first, students do not only depend on the teacher or are fixated on the material in the form of modules given by the teacher. Thank you. Online learning is a technology-based learning that can be done remotely using the media such as the internet network. So this house regrets the online learning has no impact on student intelligence because of the online learning is technology-based learning that can be done remotely using online media such as internet network. This online learning system is carried out using the help of the application in the form of a Google Classroom, Google Meet, and using a Zoom.
PI.
At Modo, during the pandemic, online learning is a solution to prevent the transmission of coronavirus. Yes, please.
We didn't. You didn't answer my question. We didn't needed the data.
Okay, thank you. You need the data, and I answer you about.
You needed. We didn't opinion. We didn't need our opinion, but I need your question and your data.
Okay, thank you.
Please continue your speech. Time for PI is over.
Learning is a solution to prevent the transmission of coronavirus. Online learning is done to create more modern learning pattern so as to create the technology generation, train students to have high creativity. And see problem from various sides. Students not only depend on the teacher, the sense the student can study independently and can find material from the internet to increase knowledge, and students can develop academic abilities and technology. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time given. The COVID-19 pandemic has entered a new normal phase. However, this does make educational institutions rush into taking action to enter school. To this day, all educational institutions still use the online system from their respective homes, including the exams, assessment that will be carried out. In accordance with the academic calendar in various regions, the semester 2 final examination or semester final assessment will be held in early June. Given the uncertain circumstances, educational institutions used an online exam system at their respective homes. This certainly increased the risk of students cheating, which is higher than offline exam at school. Some of the cheating of students in facing online exams are: 1. Open a packet or notebook. Textbooks and notebooks are very beneficial to read when working on online questions. The level of correctness of the answer in the textbooks and notebooks is also beyond doubt. Open the internet. The internet has provided many references in teaching and learning. Yes, please.
Why students must to be cheating when they search for answer on Google? We know that the online learning is technology-based learning, such as the internet. They can search the answer from the internet, so we cannot say that it is a cheating because online learning is a technology-based learning that can be done remotely using online media, such as internet network. Online learning is a technology-based learning that uses surface application in the form of online media that are designed and made to be used in the learning process in the world of education. In the implementation of online learning, a device or technology is needed to access online learning anytime and anywhere, such as smartphone, tablet, laptop, computer, which are which are now familiar
The
items.
time for giving the POIs is over. It's already 30 seconds.
Okay. The definition of cheating is going against the rule. If there is no rule in an exam, then there is no cheating. If the exam said that you cannot open Google, that means you cannot open Google. If you open Google, that means cheating. Of course, this exam will be monitored by the school's teachers. If they go to Google to search their answer without the teachers knowing, that automatically made them going against rule, and that means cheating.
Okay, thank you.
Can we continue? Often in long-distance online exams, students can talk via telephone or the internet to discuss answers, said Gewang, co-author of the paper published in NPJ Science of Learning, quoted from Eureka Alert, Wednesday, 3/3/2021. Wang, who is also a professor of biomedical engineering at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, stated that the main idea of their first method is to minimize the opportunities for collaboration between students through separate optimization assisted by knowledge of student competencies. And the issue of academic fraud was acknowledged by a number of teachers. One of them was solved by an elementary school in South Tangerang with the initials F. He said he often found answers to assignments of his students who were judged to be copying from a search engine, and all the result of their parents' thinking. Even during the exam, he found his students were assisted by their parents from the side, even though he had caught and reprimanded him, that the cheating was still repeated. Meanwhile, at the high school level, a teacher in Surabaya with the initials D told how to plagiarism become more prevalent during online school. Even though they have been reprimanded by a special video phone call, their students still do not want to admit their action. According to D, online school makes students more courageous in cheating. Although this will return to the culture that was built in the school environment before online school, D hopes that parents will cooperate in implementing a more honest online school. On Twitter, through the school community accounts, students voiced their own opinions regarding this matter. According to them, academic cheating occurs during online school due to lack of supervision, which creates opportunities for them to cheat because they cannot understand the materials properly because the learning system changes. As a result, they feel that the most important thing in online school is the final result of the assessment, aka the value compared to the process of obtaining it. This is why cheating will never be inevitable. Cheating is inevitable in online school, and it's truly hard. Impossible to be denied. That is all. Thank you very much.
Second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 10 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This House believes online learning does have impact on student ability. Online learning is a technology-based learning that can be done remotely using online media, such as internet network. Online learning is a technology-based learning that use service application in the form of online media that are designed and made to be used in the online learning process in the world of education. In the implementation of online learning, a device or technology is needed to access online anywhere and anytime, such as smartphone, tablet, laptop, and computers, which are now familiar items to see and use in our daily life. In online learning, students are required to be more creative and innovative in seeking additional knowledge from internet network and books so that they do not only depend on teacher. The use of reference materials in the learning process is known as a learning resource. The use of different learning materials requires different learning resources and learning can run effectively. This needs to be done by students to increase understanding and knowledge in the learning material carried out. Perhaps the teacher provides the materials in a nutshell or the sense of the learning material.
PI.
Okay. In online learning, students are required to be more creative and innovative in seeking additional knowledge from internet networks and books so that they do not only depend on the teacher.
With technology, there's many ways of cheating through apps such as quizzes, Google Form, and Google Classroom. How do you handle that to prove that online class are free from cheating? If you answer from honesty, I feel that it's impossible because someone's honesty is relative. If there's a way of cheating, there's they will take it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Of course, students feel lazy if they have to read enough modules to be able to get answers to the assignment given. Therefore, students prefer to search for answers via Google because thus they can make their own material that is shorter than the answer obtained compared to the material. When approaching the exam, students are encouraged to review the modules that have been given. Of course, students already have their own modules or shorter materials to learn from assignments that have been given whose answers are found from Google because it is certain that the exam questions that come out are not far from the assignment given by the teacher. Students will understand younger and be easier to remember. Besides that, it can also shorten the time evermore.
Uh, I'm sorry, but if you say laziness cured, that means you guys prove that our points are right.
Okay, thank you. But this time, I talking about the online learning does have an impact on student ability. So
Please continue your speech.
Google Classroom, Google Meet, Zoom, and Edmodo. During the pandemic, online learning is a solution to prevent the transmission of coronavirus. Online learning is done to create more modern learning patterns so as to create a technology generation. Train students to have high creativity and see problems from various sides. Students not only depend on teacher in the sense that students can study independently, can find the answer and material from the internet to increase knowledge, and students can develop their academic abilities. Thank you.
Second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To final respond towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time and opportunity given for me. So, I'm as a third speaker, emphasize again, we still with our motion today. Friends, we know the coronavirus AIDS COVID-19 outbreak that hit many countries in the world has present its own talents for educational institutions. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there are many impacts that are felt by our level of society. Likewise, with the world of education, the world of education is very important for anyone. So the government anticipates paying trades by online learning. Through virtual or online learning is not limited by time and space. The interaction between teacher and student takes place anytime and anywhere. When compared to the face-to-face exam, it is clear that the online exam will be so different if on the online exam educator can directly monitor and course of exam than on online exam which is part of online learning.
POI.
It is nothing. It is impossible for teacher or educator to able to directly supervise the student examination process. No, thanks. Let me summarize my point. This raises concern about cheating that might be done student when that online exam is taking place.
POI, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you say that online learning have no impact on student intelligence? So basically, you are saying that when most of school in Indonesia will join nowadays in useless for teacher because they are doing something for nothing. No,
That is what you mean, right? Thank you.
Okay. The motion is not offline learning, online learning has no impact on student intelligence. It's the online learning has no impact on student intelligence due to widespread cheating. Don't forget about the cheating part. That's very important. So your question is out the context. Thank you. May I continue my point?
No, thank you. But for you say the online learning have no impact on students, but you say you're done talking about learning online. So what do you mean?
The motion is about online learning has no impact on students' intelligence due to widespread cheating. That means the online learning has no impact on students because of cheating. We are debating about the cheating part, not the online learning. It has no impact. It does has impact, but it's not as maximal as the offline learning because there are widespread cheating. Do you get my point?
Of course. And of course, in online learning, we talking about cheating in online learning. Because of that, I want to ask you about that is what you mean, right? So can you
I'm sorry.
So basically, you are saying that what most of the school in Indonesian were doing not waste is useless. Can you?
It's useless because there are too widespread
Attention,
cheating.
please. To answer the question, please, the third speaker, please answer the question.
Ladies and gentlemen, we on affirmative team strongly support this motion. We have some important points to support this motion. Online learning is any form of learning conducted partly or wholly over the internet. In online learning, you can take education to your life wherever you want and from anywhere. But it seems that students are not motivated to learning seriously. Online learning are not effective because student feedback is limited. Intelligence means the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. Online learning is not effective for students to apply the knowledge and skill acquired through distance learning. Lack of self-motivation among students in online learning is one of the reasons that is failed. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 18 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. This House believes online learning does have impact on student ability. In online learning, students are given modules to study which are accompanied by practice, question, or assignment. Of course, students feel lazy if they have no read enough modules to be able to get answer to assignment given. Therefore, students prefer to search for answer via Google because they can make their own material that is certain that the answer of style compared to the material. When approaching the Asian student that are now asked to review the modules that have been given, of course, students already have their own modules or shorter material to read from assignments that have been given with answer or form from Google, because it is certain that the section question that come out are not from the assignment given by the teacher. Student will understand easier and be easier to remember. Besides that, it can also shorten the time to share more. Talking about cheating, more students do not pay attention to it because according to them and most people prioritize result over process. In online learning, it can have a positive impact on students. For example, students do not only depend on the teacher or fixated on the material in the form of modules given by the teacher. Increasing students insight about science and technology. Educational technology creates a broad scope for independent learning. Education technology can keep learning well as support. The government, it is a force a mountain physical distancing according to health protocols. Fosters creativity in students. As explained, by doing a segment for Google, students can meet their own store material so that it's easy to understand. The use of reference materials in the learning process is known as a learning resource. The use of different learning materials requires different learning resources, and learning can be actively and more efficiently. This needs to be done by students to ensure understanding and knowledge in the learning materials carried out because purpose the teacher provides the material in a neutral or the sense of the learning materials. In online learning, students are required to be more creative and innovation in seeking additional knowledge from internet network and books so that they not only depend to the teacher. The use of reference materials in the learning process is known as a learning resource. The use of different learning materials requires different learning resources, and learning can run actively and more efficiently. The use of online learning. Yes, please.
There's many students ranked up after online class in short amount of time. We feel like it's impossible to learn in a short amount of time. Not aside to assign high grades in such or amount of the time. What's the cause of this?
Okay, thank you. This house triggers the online learning has no impact on student in intelligence because that can make a student independently and can make schedule in every day.
Our question is, there's many students grade ranked up after online class in such a short amount of time. We feel like it's impossible to learn that much to achieve high grade in such short amount of time. What do you think the cause of this? Like they having their grade ranked up in a short amount of time. Thank you.
Please continue your speech.
This house triggers the online learning has no impact because online learning is activities learning because in addition to keeping use protest from the coronavirus, it also trains students to be able to study independently and can add to student insight about science and technology. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time given.
I give the time to the opposition team.
Okay, thank you for the time given. So, ladies and gentlemen, this house regards online learning has no impact on student intelligence because that can make a student independently and can make a student make a schedule in every day. So, the education sector experiences disruption and change in the learning process. Therefore, the government through the Ministry of Education and Culture has issued a policy for the new academic year 2020/2024. During the COVID-19 pandemic, starting from early childhood education to secondary education, for teaching and learning to be done online or online. Online learning is used a solution in pandemic like this by collaborating with this teacher and with the friends. So many people agree, but there are so many people who think about learning does not have effect on students' academic abilities because of the prevalence of cheating. Therefore, the teacher tries to overcome this by doing learning is via video using applications such as Zoom or Google Classroom so that they can monitor students while working on the question given by the teacher. This house regards online learning has no impact in student academic abilities, intelligence, because of the online learning is not technology-based learning that can be done remotely using online media such as internet network. This online learning system is carried out using the help of the application in the form of the Google Classroom, Google Meet, and like Edmodo and Zoom. So during the pandemic, online learning is a solution to prevent the transmission of the coronavirus. Online learning is done to create more modern learning pattern. So to create a technology generation trained students to have high creativity and see problem for various sides. Students not only depend on the teacher, the sense that students can study independently and can find material from the internet to increase knowledge, and students can develop their academic abilities and technology. So more learning capacity online will give students complete control over their learning, and students can work at their own pace. Generally, students work faster and process information, which gather capacity. This is why studying online is thought to be better done in shorter studying period than in class so that children don't get tired. Keeping the brain developing by going to school online, students will train the brain optimally and by directed every day and remain productive, creating modes in the brain cells so that children's intelligence continues to develop according to their age. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spanned 3 minutes. To end the debates, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time given. In conclusion, we have some important points to support this motion, online learning. Online learning is any form of learning conducted partly or wholly over the internet. Is online learning. You can take education to your life, wherever you want and from anywhere. But it seems that students are not motivated to learning seriously. Online learning are not effective because students' feedback is limited. The feedback has made positive impact on students. This makes the learning process easier and more meaningful. But in online learning, students struggle with feedback. Students who complete their assessment regularly become dissatisfied when they do not receive personal feedback. Online learning certainly follows the rapid development of technology. The use of technology also has many problems. Many manufacturers hinder this online education, such as mastery of technology, infrastructure, internet network, and cost. Our education system must be able to keep up with technology advances. Mastery of technology must be owned by every parent, student, and teacher. Not all parents, students, and teachers are technology literate. In general, senior teachers have not been able to master technology. There are those who want to learn to use technology and some who do not want to learn about the use of technology. There are still many teachers who do not yet understand how to use increasingly sophisticated technology. Almost the same obstacles faced by students and teachers in online learning. The main challenge in online learning for teachers and our internet network, lack of training and low awareness. Aurora and Srinivasan, in their research entitled Impact of Pandemic COVID-19 on the Teaching Learning Process. A study of higher education teachers, which was published in the journal Prabodhan Indian Journal of Management, stated that low awareness caused students not to follow online learning, followed by lack of interest and doubts about the usefulness of online learning. Lack of attendance, lack of personal touch, and lack of interaction due to connectivity issues were found to be significant drawbacks of online learning. Thus, it will have a significant impact on students' academic ability. Students' intelligence. Intelligence means the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Online learning is not effective for students to apply the knowledge and skills required through distance learning. Lack of self-motivation among students in online learning is one of the reasons that is failed to complete during the online course. Third of all, is cheating. Cheating means act dishonestly or unfairly in order to gain an advantage in examination. If it is compared to face-to-face exam, it is clear that the online exam will be so different. If on the online exam, educators can directly monitor the course of the exam, then on the online exam, which is part of the distance learning, it is impossible for teachers or educators to be able to directly supervise the students' examination process. This raises concerns about cheating that might be done by students when the online exam is taking place. If the in-person or face-to-face exam has the possibility of students cheating. Thank you very much.
The reply speech of the government spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the debate has ended. All debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. And I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. Now I call SMAN 1 SOA and SMAN 1 Riung Barat to take the lottery.
Saya minta perhatian sedikit. Mohon maaf kalau melakukan. Tapi merata kesempatan dimonopoli oleh seseorang. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, tidak ada tanggapan, sehingga tidak terjadi ada kesan seperti kita bertengkar. Bahwa dia menjawab benar atau salah, juri urusan. Dia menjawab lengkap, itu juri urusan. Dia menjawab seperti yang diminta, itu juri urusan.
You have 10 minutes to prepare. Riung Barat. And the motion we have for this session is, this House believes that the application of 5M and 3T is a state solution which has no solution. Acting as the government team, we have SMAN 1 SOA, Maria Novia Evokeus, the first speaker, Maria Magdalena Moi as the second speaker, and Ermelinda Gaejati as the third speaker. And the reply speaker is Maria Novia Ebokeu. Acting as opposition team, we have SMAN 1 Riung Barat, Maria Gratia Pai as the first speaker, Johannes Francois Sarman as the second speaker, and Maria Hesdiana Goe as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Gratia Pai. So open debate, I summon to the first speaker of government to deliver the speech. To all the audience, please keep silent.
Good day, everybody. The Honorable, the judges, the opposite team, and the audience. Before I start my speech, allow me introduce myself. I'm Novi from SMAN 1 SOA as the fourth speaker.
I am Marlene from SMAN 1 SOA as the second speaker.
I am Linda from SMAN 1 SOA as the third speaker.
This host believes that the application of 5M and 3T is a state solution which has not solutive. 5M is the health protocol proposed by government for the people of Indonesia as one of the ways that decrease and protect people from infected by coronavirus. The 5M here are washing hands, physical distancing, wearing masks, avoiding crowded area, and restrict mobility and interaction. 3T or testing, preaching, and treatment. Interruption, please. No thanks. Testing means that we test or check our health. Do we have the virus or not using rapid test or swab? Preaching means we treat people who live with the infected people. It is usually be done after doing testing, and the less is treatment. The person who got infected will be treated in the list. No thanks. The hospital or doing quarantine at home or at the place where they are alone. Novel coronavirus or COVID-19 is a contagious disease caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome. The first known case was identified in Wuhan, China in December 2019 and become an ongoing pandemic. The virus spreads mainly when an infected person is in close contact with another person. Interruption, please. Yes, please.
Thanks for the chance given. I get one point from your argument. You said that 5M, its solution is not solution. You give the definition about the 5M itself. So my question is, you give the definition about the 5M itself. So you know it is the protocol health. Now, and so we must to follow the 5 protocol health itself. And then I need to give the real fact that you support your argument. Say that 5M is not solution. Thank you.
Okay, thanks you for question. The 5M here are the 5M here are washing hands, physical distancing, wearing masks, avoiding crowded area, and restrict mobility and interaction.
Interruption, please. I need you to give a real fact that will support your argument. Don't you give the definition about the 5M itself. I need you to give the real fact about that. Thank you.
Thanks for your attention. But if you can, be patient. Let me finish my arguments. Next, the application of 5M and 3T is not best. Why? To combat coronavirus pandemic. In the world today, including Indonesia, the coronavirus has spread throughout the government. Applying 5M and 3T for the community, it is not a solution. Why? Because all residents feel uncomfortable, especially wearing masks. The application of 5M and 3T is the increasing cases day to day in Indonesia, even lockdown and campaign of 5M and 3T. First, currently Indonesia is hit by the coronavirus. The government is implementing 5M and 3T for the Indonesia people. This is not a very solution. Why? Because you comfortable with new things in this pandemic situation, one of which is wearing a mask everywhere. This prevents you from communicating with anyone feeling uncomfortable. Second, Indonesia citizens must carry out a rapid test. So here, the inhibiting factor is financial problems. Why is that? Because the rapid test is expensive. Almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19 stage. The government has 5M and 3T in our opinion because why? Because everyone masks, it's impossible for them to distance themselves from each other. According to expert reports and country research, the best way to break the virus in minimizing contact human to human and lockdown in wide range. Meanwhile, he infected carried themselves. Based on what I explained before, thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the Lord Almighty God, because His blessing and guidance, we could gather in this honorable house in a good condition. And very good morning to the honorable jurists, timekeeper, and all my beloved audience. I want to introduce our team. I am Maria Gracia Pine, and you can call me Grace. I am as a leader of opposition. On the left side of me,
I am Yohanes Putri Sarman. You can call me Branje. I am as the Puji of opposition.
on the left side of my friend,
I am Maria Islana Gowe. You can call me Ashley. I am as opposition whip.
that's all. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, We disagree with the motion your team described. We agree with our motion that the implementation of 5M and 3T is the main solution to prevent coronavirus. We would like to explain why 5M important to be implemented. Firstly, use mask. You can accept to wear a mask when outside the home or when gathering with a relative wherever you are. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, washing hands. You should wash your hands using running water and soap regularly. If there is not water and soap, you can use a hand sanitizer to clean your hand from the virus that stick. Thirdly, ladies and gentlemen, social distance. If there is the urgent need the mask, you have to go out. Remember to keep your distance from each other. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, pour away from poor. You are also asked to stay. You are also asked to stay away from court where you are outside. Remember, the more and more you meet people, the possibility of being infected with coronavirus in gathering higher. And the last one, ladies and gentlemen, reduce mobility. If there is no urgent need, stay at home. Okay. That is benefit of 5M that must be applied during this pandemic. So that our team believes that 5M and 3T are the main solution for the prevent of coronavirus. Now, thanks, I'm speaking because the implementation of 5M and 3T is the main solution to prevent coronavirus. POI, now thanks, I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, because there is no other way but to apply the 5M and 3T. If we don't apply 5M and 3T, the number of deaths due to the coronavirus is increasing day by day. Yes, please.
Okay, if the 5M and 3T is the solution to break the COVID-19 spreading, why every day we still hear 18 cases in coronavirus?
Okay, now we don't talk about the old people increase the coronavirus, but we're talking about the 5M and 3T. 5M, it is the protocol health. It is the protocol health. And if it is the protocol health, all people in Indonesian country must follow it, Back to our motion. That the implementation of 5M and 3T, the main solution to prevent the coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, because there is no other way but apply the 5M and 3T. If we don't apply 5M and 3T, the number of deaths due to the coronavirus is increasing day by day. Another reason that support our motion is that coronavirus cannot be seen, then detection is very fast. In addition, if our immune system is not strong, it becomes an easy dose. It can become. It can become an easy target for the virus. For example, that we experience now in the entity, there are many elderly people whose immune system is not strong enough to be attacked by the coronavirus. So there is no other way that is to implementation 5M and 3T. That is why we must do. We agree of the motion today because we're talking about the 5M entry. It is the protocol health, and all people in Indonesian country must to follow the 5 protocol health itself. Okay. Firstly, use mask. You know that if we use mask, every day we go out from the home, we must use mask to keep our mouth and our nose. Yeah, it is the benefit of the use mask itself. And secondly, washing hands. Washing hands, you should wash your hands using running water and soap regularly. If there is no water and soap, you can buy the hand sanitizer. You can buy the hand sanitizer, okay, to clean your hands from virus that stick. Thirdly, ladies and gentlemen, social distance. If there is an urgent need that makes you have to go out, remember to keep your distance from each other. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, far away from food. 5. Our team still disagree if you said that implementation of 5M NCT is not solution, because 5M NCT is the protocol health, and all people in Indonesian country must to follow the 5M itself. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to restate what my Prime Minister have said. Before that, the application of 5M Treaty is a state solution which has no solution. Because almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19 disease. The government has at 5M Treaty, in our opinion, this is not a solution because when everyone meets, it is impossible for them to distinguish themselves from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, according to liputan6.com, Sunday, 8 April 2021, the government said, homecoming will be carried out again. It means that when they meet each other between their families, it is not possible such keep quit. To let go of...
Interruption, please.
No thanks. To let go of home's place, surely they hug each other, shake hands, and so on. And the evidence I prove can say that
please.
treaty, no thanks, are state solutions that are not solutions. Because the application of 5M treaty is optimal, doesn't go optimally to outbreak coronavirus spreading.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the chance given. You say that 5M Treaty which has no solution, but in the reality, 5M Treaty can prevent coronavirus. Can you give example when the 5M Treaty cannot prevent the coronavirus? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your question. The government says homecoming will be tried out again. It means that when they meet each other between their families, it is not possible such keep quit. To let go of home needs, surely they have each other.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. In the world today, including Indonesia, the coronavirus is spread through the government. Applied 5M treaty for the community, it is not a solution. Why? Because all residents feel uncomfortable, especially wearing masks. The application of 5M and treaty is no state solution which has no solution because almost of our
Interruption, please.
no thanks, including Indonesia has been hit by the coronavirus stage. The government has its 5M and treaty in our opinion, and this is not a solution because when everyone meets it is
Interruption,
supposed to
please.
go no thanks for them to distancing themselves from each other. According to Eko Kristianto,
Interruption, please.
no thanks, as efficient director, say that treaty cannot be done white because it is will distance.
Interruption, please.
No thanks, because it is will distance your society economic. According to committee,
Interruption, please.
no thanks. Committee this MUSA report the
Can you give interruption to me?
no thanks. And that's why to outbreak COVID is through lockdown and increasing human immunity with its they show 3G and 5M is not effective to break coronavirus. That's all and thank you.
Second speaker of the government spent 4 minutes and 50 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Okay. Thanks for the chance given. Honorable juries, timekeeper, and my beloved audience. Ladies and gentlemen, back to our motion that the implementation of 5M and treaty is the main solution to prevent coronavirus because there is not other way but to apply the 5M treaty. We don't apply, if we don't apply 5M and treaty, the number of deaths due to coronavirus is increasing day by day. Ladies and gentlemen, another reason that support our motion is that the coronavirus cannot be seen and the detection is very fast. In addition, if our immune system is not strong, it becomes an easy target for the virus. Example, that we experience now in entity, there are many elderly people whose immune system is not strong enough to be attacked by the coronavirus. So there is no other way than to implement 5M and treaty. Ladies and gentlemen, our team disagree with the motion. You know, with the 5M and treaty can prevent the coronavirus. In a reason, firstly, use mask. You are expected to wear a mask. No thanks, I'm speaking. Outside in the home, or where gathering with relatives, wherever you are. Firstly, no thanks, I'm speaking. Secondly, raising hand. You should raise your hands using running water and soap regularly. If there is no water and soap, you can use hand sanitizer to clean your hands from virus that sick.
POI.
Yes, please.
COVID-19 mutate very fast and differently from the before. How 5M and treaty can solve that when
I get your point. With the 5M and 3T can prevent the coronavirus. If you don't use, if you don't follow 5M and 3T, you can easily attack it for the coronavirus. With our motion, strictly social distance. If there is a urgent need to make you have to go out, remember to keep your distance from each other. Thirdly, go away from God. You are also asked to stay away from God when you are outside. Remember, the more and more you meet people, the possibility of being infected with coronavirus is getting higher. Fifthly, reduce mobility. If there is no urgent need, stay at home.
PY.
No thanks, I'm speaking. Let me finish. That is the benefit of 5M and 3T must be applied during this pandemic.
PY.
So, no thanks, I'm speaking. So that our team believes that 5M and 3T are the main solution for the prevention of coronavirus.
POI.
Yes, please.
Okay. How FMN treaty can solve that when we have hard cases in France that the virus cannot detect via swab test?
Thanks for the thanks for the chance given. Okay, back to our motion. Now we're talking about the. You said that the 5M.
Attention, please. To answer the question, speakers will answer.
Sorry.
The second speaker will answer the question.
Okay. Sorry. Back to our motion. That the implementation of 5M and 3T is the main solution to prevent coronavirus, because there is no other way but to apply the 5M and 3T. If we don't apply 5M and 3T, the number of deaths due to the coronavirus is increasing day by day. Another reason that support our mission is that the coronavirus cannot be seen and the detection is very fast. In addition, if our immune system is not strong, it becomes an easy target for the virus. Example, that we experience now in entity, there are many elderly people whose immune system is not strong enough to be attacked by the coronavirus. So there is no other way than to implement 5M and 3T. Better to prevent by applying 5M and 3T than cure and do in the end. Our team still agree with the reasons given by my speaker that the implementation of 5M and 3T is the only solution to tackling the spread of the coronavirus. The impact of the coronavirus does not only occur. Thanks.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 5 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government team to deliver the speech.
Okay, thanks for the time that's given to me. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Based what my friends explained before, I'm going to reiterate what my partners have said. Before that, The application of 5M and 3D is a stage solution which has no solution because almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19 disaster. The government has a 5M and 3D in our when everyone needs it is impossible for them to distance themselves from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason firstly, Indonesia hit is by the coronavirus. The government is implementing 5M and 3D for the Indonesian people. This is not a very solution. Why?
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Thanks for the chance given. Can you give me some explanation for the 5M and 3D and real fact about that? Thank you.
Once again, please.
Can you give me some explanation about the 5M and 3D and real fact about that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Because almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19 disaster. Thank you. Next. That everyone feels uncomfortable with new things in this pandemic situation on all which is interruption, please. Notice everywhere this prevents us from notice into me, please. Communicating with anybody, notice feeling unique and struggle.
Interruption, please.
POIs will be 15 seconds after the first POI.
Second, next Indonesian citizens must carry out a rapid test. So, here the inciting factor is additional problems. Why is that? Because this rapid test is expensive. Third, almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19. The government has set 5M and 3D in our opinion because what everyone means is impossible for them to distance themselves from each other. As we know that the total stage of corona until now is 1.61 million cases and still interesting, and it proves that the government failed to take care of COVID-19, the data from Health Ministry. So, I'm emphasizing once again that we strongly agree with the motion that the implementation of 5M and 3D is a national solution that is not a solution. Because the implementation of 5M and 3D is a new thing that disastrous people's lives since the outbreak of the coronavirus. So, the whole community is ready to implementation 5M and 3D. This too is an obstacle the people find is difficult to during trying in difficult to adapt this pandemic by fighting 5M and treaty in the daily life. Limbe, to what we are already explained it before, I would like to once for all state that we agree with in the motion. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 5 minutes and 50 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Good morning, everybody. The honorable jurists, timekeeper, and all the audience, thanks for the chance given. Better to prevent by applying 5M and treaty than cure and die in the end. I still agree with the reasons given by my first and the second speakers that the implementation of 5M and treaty is the only solution for tackling the spread of the coronavirus. The impact of the coronavirus does not only occur in our country, Indonesia, but throughout the world. And the rules for enforcing the 5M treaty apply worldwide. Once again, our team stated that instead of treating, it is better to prevent, and rather than dying, it is better to apply 5M treaty. We would like to explain why 5M is important to be implemented. Firstly, use mask. You are expected to wear a mask when outside the home or when gathering with relatives wherever you are. Secondly, washing hands. You should wash your hands using running water and soap regularly. If there is no water and soap, you can use a hand sanitizer to clean your hands from viruses that stick. Thirdly, ladies and gentlemen, social distance. If there is an urgent need that makes you have to go out, remember to keep your distance from each other. Fourthly, ladies and gentlemen, please. No thanks, I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, fourthly, far away from crowd. You are also asked to stay away from, no thanks, I'm speaking. You are also asked to stay away from crowd when you are outside. Remember, the more and more you meet people, the possibility of being infected with coronavirus is getting higher. POI? Yes, please. Okay, thanks. If application of 5M and treaty is the best way and efficient way, why many continues on this are still struggling to outbreak COVID-19 pandemic? I get your point. Back to our motion, that the implementation of 5M treaty is the main solution to prevent coronavirus, because there is no other way but to apply the 5M treaty. If we don't apply 5M treaty, the number of deaths die to the coronavirus is increasing day by day. Another reason to support our motion is that coronavirus cannot be seen and the person is very fast. In addition, if our immune system is not strong, no thanks, I'm speaking. In addition, if our immune system is not strong, it becomes an easy target for the virus. No thanks, I'm speaking. Example, that we experience now in 22, there are many PI, either, no thanks, I'm speaking, let me finish. There are many elderly people whose immune system is not strong enough to be affected by the coronavirus. So, there is no other way than to implement 5M treaty. Why? Let me finish. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to explain 5M treaty. We would like to explain why 5M important to be implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, use mask. You are expected to wear a mask when outside the home or when gathering with relatives wherever you are. Ladies and gentlemen, secondly, wash your hands. Let me finish, please. Wash your hands. Wash your hands using running water and soap regularly. If there is no water and soap, you can use hand sanitizers to clean your hands from germs that sick. Ladies and gentlemen, thirdly, social distance. If there is an urgent, let me finish, please. If there is an urgent need that makes you have to go out, remember to keep your distance from each other. Ladies and gentlemen, fourthly, far away from work. You are also asked to stay away from work when you are outside. Remember, there are more many people. The possibility of being infected with coronavirus is getting higher. Fifthly, ladies and gentlemen, reduce mobility. If there is no urgent need, stay at home. That is the benefit of 5M that must be applied during this pandemic. Let me finish, please.
No more.
So that
No more POI. No more POI. Continue your speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, so that our team believes that 5M and treaty are the main solution for the prevention of coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, better to prevent by applying 5M treaty than cure and die in the end. I still agree with the reasons given by my first and the second speakers that the implementation of 5M treaty is the only solution to tackling the spread of the coronavirus. The impact of the coronavirus does not only occur in our country and nation, but throughout the world. And the rules for enforcing the 5M treaty apply worldwide. Once again, our team asserted that instead of treating, it is better to prevent, and rather than dying, it is better to apply 5M treaty. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spends 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech.
The honorable jurists, timekeeper, and all the audience, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the reason we described earlier, we can conclude that the implementation of 5M and treaty is the main solution for the prevention of the coronavirus. It is obvious that everybody has to save himself and his family by using masks, washing hands, social distance, and reducing travel. We have saved ourselves from the spread of the coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, without health we can not get nothing, because health is more expensive than everything. Ladies and gentlemen, a suit that is supposed that exist in our healthy body. Thank you. And the last example, we follow the 5M treaty because it is the protocol health. You know, the government is to prevent the coronavirus to protect all people in Indonesian country. So it is the protocol health, and you cannot cross the protocol health itself. It is the why our team still disagree if you say that the 5MN treaty is not solution to the prevent coronavirus. You accept this motion, and you all accept this motion, but you must give a proof that your argument to support your team. And you know, we follow the 5MN treaty because it is the protocol health, and all people in the national country must follow it. You think this all? Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spanned 2 minutes. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our speech today, I would like to restate some main points from our arguments that currently, Indonesia is hit by the coronavirus. The government is implementing 5MN treaty for the Indonesia people. This is not already solution. Why? As you know that the total cases of corona until now is 1.61 million cases and still increasing, and it proves that government failed to take care of COVID-19, the data from Health Ministry. According to continuous communicate, does MUSA report the best way the outbreak COVID is through lockdown and increasing human immunity with station 3T and 5M is not easy to break coronavirus. Almost all over the world, including Indonesia, has been hit by the COVID-19 stage. The government has 5M and 3T in our opinion, because when everyone knows it's impossible for them to distance themselves from each other. So, I emphasize once again that we do strongly agree with this motion. The application of 5M and 3T is a state solution which has no solution. We also provide you with proofs of what we are saying. So, we are not just saying it without evidence, and that's, I think, is one of the strengths to win this round. I think that's all our team can say. Good day and thank you.
The reply speech of the government spanned 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Now the debate has ended, and all the debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. And I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. I call SMIS Seminari Mataloko and SMAN 1 Golewa to take the motion lottery. You have 10 minutes to prepare. SMAS Seminari Mataloko and SMAN 1 Bolewa. The motion for this session is, this House believes that the online learning is a Indonesia readiness towards the globalization era. Acting as government team, we have SMAS Seminari Mataloko, Melchior Paramonangan Babanong as the first speaker, Antonius Claudio Letas the second speaker, Carolus Pedro Ngisotokan as the third speaker, and the replaced speaker is Antonius Claudio Leta. Acting as opposition team, we have SMAN 1 Bolewa, Maria Diago de Pupus, the first speaker, Francisca Scholastica Moyes, the second speaker, Renti Dones, the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria Diago de Pupus. To open the debate, I give the chance to the first speaker of government to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, honorable adjudicators, honorable ladies and gentlemen, and my friends from the opposite team. I am the Prime Minister of this House, and this House truly believe that with our motion today, which says that the online learning is as Indonesia readiness toward the globalization. Now, to understand this motion, let me first tell you what is the definition of globalization. The word globalization first time been used in 1985 by Theodore Levitt. According to sociologists Martin Albro and Elizabeth King, they said that globalization is a process to unite all nations and people around the world into one society. The impact of globalization are quite many, and one of that is online learning. Online learning is a distance learning that uses technology and internet. Now, in Thomas Larson, in his book, The Race to the Top, he claims that globalization is a process of shrinking the world so that distance gets shorter and everything feels closer and closer. Globalization refers to the easy interaction between people from different parts of the world. This is why I said that online learning is one of the impact of globalization, and it is the proof of Indonesia's readiness towards globalization. Because with online learning itself, we can interact with other people all across the world. This is in accordance with the understanding of globalization according to Thomas Larson. Nowadays, yes please.
Give a concrete example real.
Give a concrete example real of the emotions. Example real for your motions.
Okay, thank you. I got your point. One of the example is we can see the outbreak of application that Indonesian people make it, like the foundation of 4G. It is Indonesian people who make it. So it is true that Indonesia is ready for globalization. Okay, please let me continue. Nowadays, we can use so many applications to interact with other people, like Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and so on and so forth. With this, all people across the world kind of being united into one society, because there is no borders at all. And There is no borders anymore to prevent people from interacting with each other. Again, this is in accordance with the understanding of globalization, only this time in accordance according to Martin Elbro and Elizabeth King. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now talk about online learning itself. Online learning first time been established by Illinois University in United States of America in 1960. After that, so many other countries followed this method. See, ladies and gentlemen, judges and my fellow friends from the opposite team, one of the purposes of globalization is to make it easier for everyone to fulfill their needs. And by online learning, people become much easier to learn, and so the implementation of online learning itself is already the proof of globalization. Because Indonesia adapts other countries' technology, and even Indonesian people made a new application. Like I said in your POI, the foundation of 4G. The man that discovered this is Professor Khairul Anwar from Indonesia. So there is no excuses anymore to say that Indonesia is not ready. Online learning also helps Indonesia in increasing globalization. So, in other words, we can conclude that online learning is the evidence of Indonesia's readiness towards globalization. Because, like I said, Indonesia adapts with other countries' technology, which online learning is also including in that. To make it more clear for you to understand, let me tell you one example of Indonesian people readiness. Like, for example, one of Indonesian people, Rainanda Gunawan, he makes an application called qualitiva.id. It is an application to help the students in online learning. So, all in all, Indonesia is ready for facing this globalization era, and online learning proves it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now live in globalization era. So, there is no time for us to say no to globalization. Because we are Gen Z. We must know and we must know how to use handphone. So if we don't know it, or we cannot interact, we cannot ready for globalization, we will be left behind. If you don't know, if you don't ready for globalization. Globalization comes to us because we have internet. And from internet, we could interact with other people. So, in other words, that online learning really helps us in for Indonesian people in facing this globalization era. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the end, please see around us. Many things happen, and like technology invasions, culture changing, and many other things. It happened because globalization. And most of that are be done by online. So, our motion today, the online learning is as Indonesia readiness toward globalization is correct, really true. No more doubt. We learn a lot by online learning, and it helps and to growing globalization era. That's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It is again with us representative from Semangaat. As a contractive, before I submit my motion, I will introduce myself and also my team. My name is Elsa. I am 10th grade, Semangaat. I am first speaker.
On my right, I'm a second speaker. My name is Francisca Celestia Moi. I can be called Esta. I am also in 10th grade of Senior High School 1 Golewa. On my right,
I'm Fendi. I'm the last speaker. I'm 10th grade.
I'll pass on my motion about the online learning is as Indonesian readiness towards the globalization era. I do not agree the online learning is as Indonesian readiness towards the globalization era. Because Jakarta Public Relations LAPA.
May I say something?
No thanks. Phenomenon of globalization cannot be avoided by the broad community. However, the results of a study by the Indonesian Institute of Challenge or LAPA so that Indonesia is now ready to face this phenomenon. Especially,
May I ask question, please?
No thanks. The economic sector is was raised in the seminar of community readiness index in response to global village mandate 7, 12 at LAPA.
May I interrupt, please? Okay, you don't agree with this motion, but as my first speaker said that there are people who make like a 4G. This proves that Indonesia become the global player for nation that make Indonesia ready to face the globalization era. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
Indonesian readiness towards the globalization era. The Indonesian government has conducted online learning to students. Indonesian government
Indonesian government has what is that? Network to
Your
students.
time is over. Please continue your speech.
Head of LAPA, Professor Dr. Iskandar Zulkarnain revealed the globalization is believed to be a leveraging factor in building governance, democracy, facilitate economic activity, social dynamics, and cultural interactions. The phasing of cultural boundaries and community interactions creates a borderless world, cultural and world, which is a situation where social borders are lost. He said, according to Iskander, a country that is not ready to face a borderless world will experience risk to the to another impact or thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Well, good afternoon, honorable adjudicators and audience, ladies and gentlemen of all ages. I am the Deputy Prime Minister of the government team, and we strongly suggest today's motion, saying that the online learning is Indonesia's readiness towards the globalization, or in the other words, online learning is the evidence of Indonesia's readiness towards globalization. Before elaborating more about my opinion and arguments, let me mention a few main points the opposition team has already said. They have stated that we need to hold firmly to our own culture instead of following the other cultures. That is not in accordance with our own culture. But we are talking about online learning now. We are not talking about culture. There must be a misunderstanding here. Well, online learning, we believe that online learning is totally the proof that Indonesia is ready to face globalization. Online learning plays a significant role to strengthen Indonesia's readiness. We know too well that e-learning enables us to learn more foreign languages. And according to Indomaritim.id, February 21st and 2019, there are 5 things which prove Indonesia's readiness towards globalization. And the one is learning foreign languages. We need to master foreign languages in order to be in touch with other people abroad. As my first speaker has already said, with this globalization, we can be in touch with other people. We can interact with people abroad. So, you are going to interact with people abroad, you need to master their language. You need to understand each other. Online learning provides wider chances to study foreign languages. It is really helpful. Schools, according to Republica.com, December 13, 2020, there is a huge growth learning foreign languages during COVID-19 pandemic. It is a clear evidence about how the online learning strengthens our readiness, because we can learn more about foreign languages Yes, please.
I want to ask you why you believe that the online learning is an Indonesian rather toward the globalization era.
Thank you, lady, for your nice question. But your question, I'd like to answer your question. But the answer is in what I am explaining right now. Why we totally believe that online learning proves the Indonesia's readiness toward globalization is explaining now. So, there's a huge growth of learning foreign languages during COVID-19 pandemic. You may say that schools can teach foreign languages too, but please bear in mind that it is absolutely limited. Teachers just teach students grammar and official language. Resources are limited as well. That's the fact that most of Indonesian schools teach only two main languages, Indonesia and English. Some schools may teach Germany, and only a little teach other languages such as Latin and Deutsch. Imagine if students are interested in Japan language, they will have no chance to learn it at schools. They may join additional course, but it is expensive, isn't it? Let's open internet, searching learning videos or videos talking about Japan. If they watch regularly, eventually they will get good base to study further about Japanese language. Also, but we can get way more resources when we attend online learning. We open YouTube and start looking for teaching videos. Vikinak is one example. He is a famous YouTuber lately. He uses Ome TV to learn foreign languages. He begs native speakers to teach him, and consequently, he can speak many languages instead of getting many friends abroad. Thirdly, e-learning is rewarding. It really encourages students to master as many languages as they want. Students also can get many resources to learn. And as my first speaker has already said, that we implement online learning because we are ready already to face globalization. We are ready to use technology, to use any devices, to use many devices to hold online learning. And that's why we implement online learning, because we are ready. If we are not agree, then we will not implement this online learning, because we will not know how to conduct e-learning. So all in all, we totally believe that online learning is the evidence of Indonesia's readiness toward globalization. Because for those reasons, I and my first speaker and I has already given to you that online learning is the evidence of Indonesia's readiness toward globalization. Thank you.
The second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time and opportunity given. Once again, I emphasize that from our side, we do not agree the learning from its proof the Indonesia is ready to face globalization. As we know today, online lessons are deliberately applied during the COVID-19 pandemic with the aim of breaking the chain of transmission of this disease. If not, of course, we carry out teaching and learning activities face to face. The era of globalization is an era where everything is always developing and progressing, so the makes it safe for human to move. One of the files of progress in the era is advancement of internet technology. The development of internet technology will be able to affect throughout aspects of human life. One of the legacies and the patterns between nations and people around the international, so that the boundaries of a country becomes scarcely narrow. Globalization has a positive impact and a negative impact on various fields of life, including in the field of education. Globalization has a positive impact on the education sector, which has a negative impact that needs to be worked out for.
Interrupt, please.
Notice I am still continue my motion. Then what are the impacts on education caused by globalization? As we always know, that education is a place for children.
May I ask a question, please?
Notice I still emotion. Education is the key to the development of a nation, because the generation of education in a country can be with education and thrive. In online learning, there are still many obstacles.
Let me interrupt, please.
Yes, please.
You have already stated that online learning also, pardon me, the online learning globalization has also positive impacts. That's why online learning actually proves the Indonesia's readiness for globalization, because with globalization, students of Indonesia can get positive values. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
I continue. In online learning, there are still obstacles and students. For example, the obstacles experienced by students, lack of communication technology, tools such as handphone, and also lack of internet access, because the Jamsi economy is also weak. In online learning, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there were many obstacles faced by the
Can I say something?
no thanks, and educators and teachers. Learning that was originally face-to-face or offline, as a result of the pandemic, has changed with a lot of it being done online. Many the obstacles experienced by teacher were: 1. Deletion of the host was not raised by the internet network, including the
May I say something?
internet for students. 2. The learning material asked by the teacher are monotonous and make the students feel bored or bored. 3. Dominant learning has not been interactive. 4. The character on behavior of the students is difficult to monitor. 5. The learning tends to be online assessment. 6. The students' assessment are pay off. 7. Abstraction of subject matter is very minimalistic. 8. Main teacher do not understand online media processing this quiz. So in my opinion, Indonesia is not ready to face the globalization era. Thank you.
Second speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes 20 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of government to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everybody, honorable educators, my fellow friends from the opposition team, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm the government whip of this house, and this house still exactly agree with our motion today that the online learning is as Indonesian readiness towards the globalization era. Before I continue to elaborate to you more about my opinion, let me make a quick recap from the other side of this house opinion. The other side of this house said that Indonesia now have a low internet access, but here I want to ask you that Association of Internet Providers Indonesia says that Indonesia uses of technology of Indonesia are 197.7 million or 73.7%. It means that the internet users in Indonesia now is very high. So if the users in Indonesia is very high, it's not worth who said that Indonesia is get a low internet access. And the second, the other side of the house said that learning make us able to learn our language. So, do you don't believe that if we run online learning and learn all of the language is the one proof that Indonesia are ready yet to face the era of the globalization? And then the third is the other side of the house said that they don't agree with our motion today. But here, I feel on the contrary with your argument that you don't agree with our motion. Ladies and gentlemen, as my first and second speaker, they say that we are fully know what is globalization and online learning. So, if we talk about globalization, as my first speaker said, that we talk about, we make like a mutual cooperation with abroad. So here I want to give you like some fact for this fact. Indonesia become a global player. The real fact is at 12 April 2021, yes, Indonesia make like a Hannover Messe. Hannover Messe is the biggest technology contest in the world. It's opened by President Joko Widodo, our president, and the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel. So, if Indonesia is ready yet to open or to become the global player of the biggest event like in technology, it means that Indonesia is ready yet to become, to face the era of globalization. And then, as my first speaker said, that Indonesia have a person who make the 4G internet is Dr. Khairul Anwar. It proves that Indonesia now are ready yet because Indonesia is the one of the global player in the world. And the second, in the connection with online learning, Indonesia online learning proves the innovation readiness toward globalization era. Why do I say so? Then listen to this. According to Compass 2020 and 2020 March 2021, said that there are 12 applications which are the result of cooperation between the Ministry of Education and Culture with abroad. There are Rumah Belajar, Meja Kita, Ikando, Indonesia X, Google for Education, Kelas Pintar, Microsoft Office 365, People Schools, Ruang Guru, Skolamu, Zenius, and Cisco WebEx. If Kemendikbud, our Indonesian minister, has already make a mutual cooperation with other countries outside, so it means that Indonesia are ready yet, because they make a mutual cooperation to make our education management improve, develop. So it does not worth say that Indonesia is not ready yet. My second speaker has already said to us that with online learning we can able to learn many languages. One of the examples is a language exchange. My second speaker also said like a Fikinaki. He's a famous YouTuber who like a polyglot. He now uses MTV to interact with other people. Not only about that. Based on my own experience, I have used one of the application that's called Tandem. With Tandem, I can interact with many people in outside. Now I have like friends from France, Italy, Spain, English, England, London, America, and so on and so forth. So it's not. So this is really proof that Indonesia is still ready yet to face the era of globalization through online learning. And then my first speaker said that we are now the Gen Z. So it means that we have to know how to use handphone. We have to know how to use online tools like laptops, computers, and so on and so forth. And lately, Indonesia is the biggest user of online tools in the world. It is in the rank of online users to online tool users is in the 6th rank. So with this give us crystal clear evidence that Indonesia is ready yet to face the era of globalization. So ladies and gentlemen, to put in a nutshell, I still exactly agree with my first and second speaker who said that Indonesia with online learning is the Indonesian readiness toward the globalization era. For the reason that I already said to you, because online learning can make us Indonesia become a global player, and it make Indonesia not left behind when we run online learning as well as possible. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 18 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of opposition to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the time given to me. I disagree that online learning is Indonesian reading towards the globalization era. In fact, many people don't have much money for buying an handphone or laptop. Some teachers cannot easily to understand or talk to meet the people who understand more about online learning application. Sometimes they are confused when using the internet. When we use a platform like YouTube, we need to access it. It needs a browser. How about them who can buy the browser? We know that it's more expensive now.
May I interrupt, please?
No thanks. The kind of globalization character treat the country that are not prepared to face it. Many countries have now benefited from the phenomenon of globalization. The world community can easily exchange information in seconds, and it's easy to find
May I interrupt, please?
no thanks or about what is the account. Globalization does not only have a positive impact on civilization but also has a negative side. For the world of education today, globalization also has many negative impacts. I agree with today's motion because, in my opinion, based on the result of a study of the Indonesian science, it shows the Indonesian is not ready to face the phenomenon of globalization, especially in the economic sector. In the economic sector, for example, parents have difficulty buying children's
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
You said that many people can buy enough like a handphone. But the data that we get from wearesociety.com says that Indonesian people who use handphone is 350 million people. So it means that there are very many people who use like a handphone. So how do you feel about that? Thank you.
Your time is over. Please continue your speech.
I continue. From an economic point of view, online learning cannot be done evenly because there are still many students who do not have access to technology or are unable to pay the cost of studying online. Limited combination facilities can also hinder teacher teaching activities. For example, it is not uncommon for teachers to teach in schools where students do not have access to technology or there is no internet network, so that communication between teachers and students are cut off. Another reason is that online learning is only done in urban areas. In contrast to rural areas, network difficulties and insufficient facilities to carry out online learning meant the most Indonesian children are judged not ready to face globalization. That's all, and thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 15 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Starting from the city of Wuhan to be priced in China, this new type of virus has spread to various parts of the world, which causes the emergency of the 2020 coronavirus disease. Of course, these conditions should not be considered and ignored. The World Health Organization has also said COVID-19 since 11 March 2020 ago. The fading of cultural borders and community interactions creates a borderless world, which is a situation where social borders are lost. According to Iskandar, a country that is not ready to face a borderless world will experience this to the another impact of globalization is the formation regions of the world into one global community known as a global village. It is necessary to study people in responding to global village. The explained regions of local communities in facing globalization means that there are few preventive measures that can be taken to prevent various world source. LAPA has conducted a survey with respondents in 3 regions to measure the community. The readiness index or IPA, the 2 regions are the province of West Sumatra, Yogyakarta's special region, and South Sulawesi. The survey results show that the absolute number from the 3 provinces was from the minimum figure of and maximum figure 82.20 from scales of 1 to 100. Surprisingly enough, the people in these 3 provinces are still unprepared to face the phenomenon of globalization, especially in the economic field, explains Dr. Ahmad Najim Burhana,
research center at the Center for Social and Cultural Research, or LAP, as the research coordinator from Global Village. According to Najib, IAKA is very much needed to optimize the positive impacts of globalizations, especially in Indonesia. Not only that, local governments need to increase public access to information and communications technology, mobility of people, and good track relevant policies, conclude Najib. I do agree. I do not agree. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Well, thank you for the opposition team that has delivered their speech. And I am the reply speakers, and let me put in a nutshell all our arguments during this nice debate. But to begin with, I'd like to sum up what the other side of this house has already stated. All in all, this team, the other side of this house, really disagree with today's motion for some reasons. First, online learning can't be done in rural areas because the people there don't have any phones or any laptops. But as my third speaker has already said, that there are 355 million handphones in Indonesia. And the number of Indonesian people is only 272 million. So see that handphones is above, the numbers of handphones is above the number of Indonesian people. It's impossible that the people in rural areas have no gadgets, because you see that the numbers of handphones in Indonesia is soaring. And second, we need to hold firmly to our own culture in order to face globalization. But ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about online learning. It is not connected, absolutely not connected with our motion today. And then we start. I'd like to say all our argument. First, e-learning makes interaction with people abroad easier. E-learning, it enables us to be in touch with other people, and it is connected closely to the purpose of globalization. The purpose of globalization is to shrink the world into a single society. That's what the experts call global village. And with online learning, we can be easier to speak with other people, to interact with them. Secondly, e-learning is implemented because Indonesia can accept other technologies from overseas. If Indonesia can accept the other influences, the other technologies from outside, then it means that Indonesia has been ready. Because Indonesia has accepted the other influence, and Indonesia people can select those influences. And thirdly, e-learning prepares us to face globalization well. By learning foreign languages, for example, But actually, there are 5 points that indicates the readiness, that indicates that Indonesia is ready to face globalization. And because of online learning, we can learn more languages than schools teaches, than teachers in schools. So all in all, for those reasons, we perfectly believe that today's motion is true. Online learning is the evidence of Indonesia's readiness towards globalization. That's all. Thank you.
The reply speech of the government spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Well, the debate has ended, and all debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. I call SMA Saint Carolusium and SMA S. Regis to take the lottery. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Of the session is, this House believes that the implementation of character survey is evidence of the beginning of Pancasila. Acting as government team, we have SMAS Catholic Regina Pacis BAJAWA, Maria FN Deniki as the first speaker, Yunanda Bikani as the second speaker, Francisca M. Soli as the third speaker, and Maria FN Deniki as the reply speaker. Acting as opposition team, we have SMA Saint Carolus Rium, Gordianus Filterius Boas, the first speaker, Maria Lugardis Devinta Mina as the second speaker, Elfrida Gili as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Gordianus Filterius Boas. To open the debate, I give the chance to the first speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially from the opposition teams. First of all, let us say thanks to the Almighty God because of His blessing and grace. We can come and join in English debate competitions in a good condition. So, ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is, this House believes that the implementations of character survey is evidence of weakening of Pancasila. So, ladies and gentlemen, from these motions, we take two definitions or two keywords, which are the first, implementations of character survey, and the second is the weakening of Pancasila. The first, implementations of character survey. The implementations of character survey is as a form of character assessment on students, teachers, and institutions. The second is the weakening of Pancasila. The weakening of Pancasila is a reduction storm, or prove that the values of Pancasila are increasingly disobeyed and lived in by citizens as the basic of the state's life. So, ladies and gentlemen, we from the government team totally agree with these motions that this House believes that the implementation of character survey is evidence of weakening of Pancasila. We have 5 points in arguments, ladies and gentlemen, why we agree with these motions. The first is, violations or anarchist actions proves the degradations of Pancasila values in state life. The second is, the implementations of character survey is the way to shape the character of the nations. The third point in arguments is that modernity and the globalization era gives a negative impact for internalizing the values of Pancasila. The fourth point in arguments is a stronger foreign cultures, thus weakening the original culture. And the last point in arguments, the emergence of many crimes as a weakening of Pancasila. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first, second, and the third argument will be explained by me, Nadila, as a Prime Minister. And the fourth and the last argument will be explained by Yuan as the Deputy of Prime Minister, and all of our arguments will be concluded by our government whip, Meska. So, ladies and gentlemen, to limit our conversation, we take the parameter in our country, Indonesia. Based on the status quo, that since November 2020, the government already gave a program of national assessment. One of them is the character survey as a form of student character assessment and being accessed during the era of coronavirus pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will going to explain about our arguments. The first, ladies and gentlemen, violations or anarchist actions prove the degradations of Pancasila values in state life. Ladies and gentlemen, as published by IndonesianTime.com on 9 December 2020, quoted statement of an expert observers stating that Pancasila as the state's ideology is currently degrading the values contained in it. It is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that Indonesian people since the millennial era do not care about Pancasila as the state's ideology. The more rapid development of the technology at this time, the millennial generation is getting worse. They don't even care about what is happening around us. This proves, ladies and gentlemen, that the character of the nations is due to the weakening of Pancasila values. Ladies and gentlemen, in the school environment, there are often acts deficient from Pancasila values such as using illegal drugs, fight, bullying, and so on. This happens because students are not given good character educations, so that students have great potential for primacy. And then the new example is an actions of terrorism bombing in front of Makassar Cathedral Church on March 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof that all of the violations, actions, it's a proof that degradations of Pancasila values in state's life. The second point in arguments is the implementations of character survey is the way to shape the characters of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the degradations of Pancasila values reflect on these kind of actions in every aspect, life, such as education, politics, economics, and other social life. The degradations of Pancasila values in young generations' lives has a bad impact, ladies and gentlemen, for the future life of the nations. The young generations are the future life of the nation. As the real example in school, the students' grade have a minimum score standard. It means that the students who do not pass the exam will be get minimum score to end their process of learning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the character survey the character survey is the most efficient way to shape the character of the nations. Because what? Because Pancasila as the state ideology, now it proves getting weaker. And then the last point in argument, ladies and gentlemen, the modernity in the globalization era give a negative impact for internalizing the values of Pancasila. Ladies and gentlemen, the modernizations are the development of information and technology during the spirit of attitudes materialistic, individualistic, scalaristic, even hedonistic. These situations is certainly because the traditional values of Indonesians were considered noble, such as harmony, simplicity, and social care. Therefore, the character education is not enough to play on large scale of the nations, but also in school, community, and families. For
example, in social life, the consumerism lifestyle, free sex, using drugs, anarchism among the students in school, juvenile delinquency, and the young, and many more. The modernizations and globalizations give harm impact on students as the young generations. The value of Pancasila is just in speaking, not in actions. The government and the public figure of the nations do not give a role model to all generations, but to be the actors of letting go of the values of Pancasila as the identity of the nations. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the modernity and the globalization era is give a negative impact, and all of this impact, all of the modernity and the in this globalization era, it's not our culture, ladies and gentlemen. This is proof that the value of Pancasila is getting weaker. Because what? Because there's a lot of anarchies, a lot of violations, a lot of acts and crimes. There's proof the degradation of Pancasila values in state life. And then the implementations of character survey is the way to shape the character of nations. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because now, as the state ideology, Pancasila cannot build good character of the nations. It means that this is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that this House believes that the implementations of character survey is evidence of a weakening of Pancasila. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, thanks for the chance given to me on this special occasion. Honorable elders, honorable elder ladies and gentlemen, companions, and all of my friends. Before we start our debate, we are going to introduce our team. So, my full name is Gordianus Filtersgua, nickname Filter. I'm the first speaker.
My full name. My full name is Maria Lutgarnis Dewintamina. You can call me Devi, and I'm here as the second speaker.
Okay, my full name is Elfrida Ili. I am the speaker.
The character survivors consisted to find out national data regarding the implication of Pancasila principles by students throughout Indonesia. The result of the character survey will be used as a primer as feedback to schools in order to carry school environments that makes students hyper and strong in understanding and applying the principles of Pancasila. Character surveys are carried out not in the form of tests that must be done by students, but in the form of personal questions related to students' opinions. Of the determined instruments, the character survey in an effort to determine the condition of the diversity of character communities of students in the school related to the interaction based on the Pancasila. Pancasila is a good guideline for national and state life for Indonesia. Pancasila is the base of the state. It also guides the state ideology. Pancasila is the soul and personality of the Indonesian nation. Pancasila is a way of life and a stage course of all scores of legal order for the Indonesian nation. Based on this in order, the release of the cornerstone of Pancasila. The Ministry of Education and Culture includes an assessment instrument in the surface, by making the progress in Pancasila students in the accordance with the online of the mission of the Ministry of Education and Culture in the Ministerial Regulation number 29 of the 2020. Coordinating the strategy plan of the Ministry of Education and Culture in the based on the considerations that have occurred The implementation of character surveys must be carried out from an early age in preparing for the millennial generation of the 21st century. The implementation of character surveys is not evidence of the weakening of Peninsula, but a strong foundation for the millennial generation. The character survey is not proof of the weakening of Peninsula and not only serves as a medium to develop abilities alone, but also serves to shape the character and
that's fine, sir.
things and capability of a indigenous nation. Character survey education cannot be dependent on the foundation of education. Therefore, as a foundation inherent in the existence of a national education to shape the character and capabilities of the nation. Character education is a manifestation of the role for the recent character surveys by the Peninsula Talent Profile as a premier for continuing to the global environment through talents by instilling, shaping, and destroying moral, noble character, and capability before. Students must be prepared to face the times so that they can computer-wise still carrying the values of Peninsula. The economy of independence during the personal things is outlined by the Indonesian Minister of the Education and Culture emphasized the importance of the basis of Indonesia Minister of Education and Culture emphasized the importance. There's an abilities without being hampered by formal roles that the person and the Peninsula stress and the capabilities is the base and ideology of the Indonesian national importance be understood by teachers, principally, and students and parents so they can work together in preparing most young children by Peninsula. The era of globalization it continues to develop and in person and pace. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 16 seconds. To respond the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeepers, and also all of the participants, especially the opposition. So the opposition team mentioned about character survey exists to remain to strengthen the Pancasila value. Now I will ask back to the opposition team, if the Pancasila value is remain strong, why the government implement the character survey? Because as we know, back to the first argument from our team, we mentioned about the many violation or many crime exist. Why the government? It means that the proof why the government must to implement the character survey because the Pancasila value is getting weaker. So I will continue to explain the next argument from our team. The next argument from our team is stronger foreign culture, thus weakening the original culture. Many young generation in current situation are no longer implement the Pancasila value in every daily life. The younger generation tends to ignore the Pancasila value because they have been influenced by foreign culture. There is 4 points or foreign culture which are contrary to Pancasila value, which has entered and influenced the culture of Indonesian society, which are the first, free sex habits. Free sex habits and promiscuity that are no sweeping among teenagers are example of Western or foreign culture that deviates from the first principle of Pancasila. Most of the free sex actors are teenagers to adult, around the age of junior high school, senior high school, and university students, who are the millennial generation. The second point is individualism.
The individualist attitude is an example of Western culture that deviates from the second principle of Pancasila value. No, thank you. Western people are known for their individualistic society, where one person to another does not have family ties or a caring attitude between each other. This view is clearly incompatible with the value of the second principle of Pancasila, that is just and a civilized humanity. The third is dress culture. The culture of clothing that is always updated with outside styles, even at very high price, can also disrupt life together in Indonesia. Yes, please.
Why do you say that information of character survey prove the weakness of Pancasila?
Okay, the opposition team mentioned about why we state that the implementation of character survey is evidence of the weakness of Pancasila. Because back to the first argument from our team state that many violation or many crime acts exist. It means that the implementation of character survey it's proof the weakening of Pancasila, and also the violation or the crime will exist. It's proof that the Pancasila value is getting weaker. So I will continue to explain the next argument. The next is language style or how to speak. Outsider speaker without any custom, so they usually speak the same thing to their parents and even friends without any difference in the language used. Based on data from CNNindonesia.com, as published on 4th March 2021, if the foreign culture that enters is not accordance with the norms of the Indonesian and is adopted at random, of course it can destroy the culture, treasures, and value of the nation that we have. The result of LSE survey showed that since 2020 until 2021, the number of pro-Pancasila citizens has decreased at least 10%. At the level of normal education, especially youth groups, the number of pro-Pancasila has also decreased. Therefore, the presence of character survey proves that Pancasila among the easy generation is getting weakness. There are so many students who love foreign culture more to the impact than love indigenous culture. For example, currently a lot of students idolize Korean artists like Korean boy band or girl band. Because they love their idol too much, students are willing to spend their idols like EXO, Twice, and others. And also, they even go to the extent of imitating the way their idol dress. The influence of our foreign culture on the millennial generation, which can save the original Indonesian culture, is the reason for the importance of Pancasila. And the presence of this character survey proves that the implementation of Pancasila by the young generation is getting weakness. The second argument is the emergence of many crime as a weakening of Pancasila. Pancasila is said to be weak because many crimes have occurred, especially among students as the next generation of the nation youth. So that the government, especially the Minister of Education and Culture of Indonesia, implement a policy of carrying out the character survey as an assessment of the student character based on Pancasila. As we know, character survey is an effort to find out whether students in school really know, understand, and apply the principle of Pancasila in their interaction at school. Based on data from CNNindonesia.com, as published at 12 December 2019, the Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia stated that the character survey will prepare a number of questions, will also ask a lot of views or opinion on something related to the state and education. This proves that the government sees a lot of students who do not implement and even ignore Pancasila in their daily life. Ladies and gentlemen, if we see from social life, terrorism also occurs. Many unknown persons have tried to carry out this action, and it's not uncommon for their action to be successful and even take a lot of casualties. From this data, it shows that the implementation of Pancasila by the young generation of Indonesia is increasing, fading, and weakening, so that the character survey proves that the young generation need improvement and assessment of their character. So that's why we as the government team totally agree with this motion that this House believes that the implementation of character survey is evidence the weakening of Pancasila. That's all, and thank you.
Second speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. To examine the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Thank you for the time is given to me. I would like to deliver some argument which is related to the motion. On the other hand, as we know survey character, the survey character is related to the student evaluation. Before start this method, the student evaluation had made by the teacher. In the other that, it is not a special type of government plan to change the national examination. Because of the teacher can manage it to produce a great student in the next time. Each of the students has different perception and different attitude. So that they can do something else they want to do, they always think about their future. In this case, they must do it the good habit for raising person automatically. They will respect their teacher and their friends. They will follow the institute that given by the teacher and follow the route which is in the school. Counter skills needs by every student improve competitive skills are three main things. There are character quality, is how students adapt to a dynamic influence basic literary, is how students apply basic daily skills and competence, is how students solve complex problems. The character survey is designed to measure student effectiveness from social and emotional learning. Outcome in the form of character pillars to print Pancasila learning profile with 6 main in court. There are 1. Number 1. No thanks. Number 1. Live and for the elementary good and have noble moral. Indonesians who are faithful, fear the one and only good and have a noble character. Students who have made character in relation to good elementary. Pancasila students will understand their religious teachers, no thanks, and balance and apply this understanding in their daily life. There are 5 key elements of believing BAJAWA to good almighty and having noble morals, namely religious moral, personal moral, morals toward human, morals to natural end, and morals to the state.
On that point, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Okay, the opposition team stated survey character is a test to assess or measure the character of student. It means that the opposition team agree with our argument. Because why? Because with a lot of violation that most of them, the character of student, it means that the values of the Pancasila is getting weaker. It means that with the character survey, proof that the Pancasila values is decreased. That's all.
Okay, there are 5 key elements to believing by difference to good demeanor and having noble morals, namely religious moral, personal morals, morals toward human, and morals to natural. Okay, Indonesian student means their noble culture, locality, and identity, and remain open-minded in interesting with other cultures. Therefore, it can foster mutual respect and the possible of foremost a positive noble culture and not contradicting and the noble culture of the nation. The element and case of global diversity include knowledge, knowledge and representing culture, intercultural communication skills, interacting with other, and reflection and responsibility for the expression of his story. Indonesian students are independent students. Students are responsible for the process and learning outcome. The key elements of the independence consist of self-awareness and the situation at hand and self-regulation. Number 3, critically thinking. The students who critically thinking are able to object, process information, both quality and quantitative, by place between first information. Analyze information, evaluate, and conclude. The elements of critical resting are explore and processing information and idea. Analyze and evaluation reasoning reflect on touch and touch process and make decisions. Number 4, creative. Creative students are able to modify and produce something original, meaningful, useful, and impactful. The key element of being creative consists of generating original ideas and producing original words and actions. Number 5, comparison. Reflect the edge of repressing the spirit of comparison and working hand in hand to solve common problems. Maintain communication and friendship. Give help or assistance to people in need. The sub-phases of comparison include restraint, comparison, inclusion, communicate, to join decision, liberation, to read consensus, helping out, solidaritas, empathy, anti-discrimination, anti-violence, and voluntary outreach. Students must be able to cooperate with others when the culture of mutual cooperation is implemented, because this will become a to-do. State the character education is to foster good student behavior for everyone. Thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spends 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, I will speak in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeepers, and also all participants in this debate, especially for the opposition team. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team said that the implementation of character survey aims to assess and measure the characters of students. Ladies and gentlemen, this is proof that the opposition team is agreeing with us, because with the aims of character survey to assess and measure the character of students, this is proof that the Indonesian students is not implement the character survey or character, I mean the Pancasila value good, so that the government has to measure and assess the character of students. Okay, next. From our argument, it can be concluded that violation or unfriendly action proves the degradation of Pancasila values in state life. Ladies and gentlemen, I will explain some evidence of weaknesses of Pancasila values. In the school environment, there are often acts of deviation from Pancasila values, such as using illegal drugs, fights, bullying, and so on. This happens because students are not given good character education, so students have great potential for promiscuity. Another evidence of the weaknesses of Pancasila values is deviant ritual that happens on March 11/2021. The ritual is a ritual of bathing together without clothes. This ritual has been disbanded and fostered by the Indonesian Ulama Council, but has emerged again. This is proof that the government doesn't seriously to handle this problem. The next example that proves the weaknesses of Pancasila values is discrimination in society and corruption. During this time, acts of discrimination were common. For example, nurses and doctors at the Promiscuity Central General Hospital, whose rejected by their neighbors because of contracting the coronavirus, and also rejection of bodies at public cemeteries in Makassar on March 29, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, why does corruption exist? This is because the corruption comes for a liar. For example, if students in class are doing acts of cheating, this is one evidence of corruption. So, in the future, students have a great potential to be a corruptors. And the example for me about the weaknesses of Pancasila values is an action of terrorist bombing in front of the Makassar Cathedral Church on March 28, 2021. This incident shows that the love for the country is starting to fade, and attitudes of tolerance toward diversity are starting to fade as well. This is because many people still prioritize personal and group interests rather than the common interests of the Indonesian people. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all the example above is the example of the weaknesses of Pancasila. Next, the implementation of character survey is the way to save the character nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the application of character survey is one evidence that the value of Pancasila has weakened. Why? Because currently there are so many cases or actions that deviate from the value of Pancasila as mentioned in the previous argument, namely discrimination, corruption, terrorism, and so on. These cases are present because of the lack of character education according to the values of Pancasila, which is carried out on children from an early age. Education in Indonesia generally prioritizes formal education or cognitive, but ignores character education. Both are very much needed for the development of the Indonesian nation in the future. Because responsibility behavior is not enough, many smart people do not have good morale. As a result, many smart people are caught in cases. Therefore, the government issues a character survey, which is expected to be able to improve the quality of character education and create students based on Pancasila. Because character survey have many questions, to survey the character building, or character education in each school with aims to map all quality of character education in each school in Indonesia. And because the character survey is the aim of the government to carry out the character survey itself, to evaluate the personal character and the school institution itself. Next, ladies and gentlemen, the modernity and globalization era give a negative impact for internalizing the values of Pancasila. Many young generation in current situation are no longer implement Pancasila in everyday life because of globalization and modernization. The younger generation tend to ignore the Pancasila values because they have been influenced by bad foreign cultures such as materialistic, hedonistic, individualist, westernization, dress culture, free sex habits, until sexual harassment and sexual provision such as LGBT. In Indonesia, individualist attitudes has appeared in many ages, especially in adolescence. Western people are known for their individualistic societies, where one person generally does not have family ties or caring attitude between each other. Ladies and gentlemen, as quoted from the Indonesia.com released on December 28, 2020, the National Commission for Child Protection is the result of a survey conducted 6 years ago that has many as 93.7% of junior high school and senior high school students in the city of Ngada. Okay, thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Our final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you for the time is given to me. Minister of Education and Culture, Nadia Mark, said character surveys need to be conducted on the students and from students of love levels of schools, elementary to high schools. This character surveys in a month, so you want don't a character surface, we don't know the self communication. Harmony and mass on the students, the character surface is a math. So if we don't do our character surface, we don't know the self conditions, harms and mass of the students. The character surface in the nation assessment set out that encourages the development of attitude house. And behold, the characteris Pancasila students, the character service profit as a senior, the school net the by accession to the development of students as well. Include cognitive, offices, and spiritual dimensions. Character surveys are include the Argonius, the field of national data, the region, the application of Pancasila principles by students, teach Indonesian. The results of the character surveys will be asked a big more as feedback the schools in order to catch a schools implement the mass students have on stage.
On that point, ma'am, on that point,
yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team again said about the character survey is aimed to assess and measure the character of students. This is proof that the Indonesian people, or especially students, is not implement good Pancasila values. So the government has to measure and to assess the character of students. Thank you.
To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker of opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you for the chance given to me. Characters refers only on questions. The students will answer the question just for getting the trigger score. They think they must do that, but in real life they do not. For example, they answer the question they know cheating is other than the exam in progress, but in fact they get is other. So according to our group, in implementation of character surface, not professional technique of Pancasila. Thanks so much.
The reply speech of the opposition spent 15 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, chairperson, timekeeper, and all of the participants, especially from the opposition team. So ladies and gentlemen, basically what has been brought to the floor by the opposition team just about the first, just about the survey character, it's here to improve or to assess the character of the students. And then they just mentions about the Pancasila as a ideology of the state. So ladies and gentlemen, on the first point, if they say that character survey is the task to assessment the character of the students, it means that they already agree with us that based on our first arguments, there is rebuttal by our first arguments that all of the violations or anarchist actions prove the degradations of Pancasila. And most of the violations, most of the degradations, it happened to the millennial generations or us as a student. It means that Pancasila, it's not implemented in our life as a student. That's why the government made this character survey program to improve or to build the character of the nation. And then if we talk about the Pancasila state ideology, ladies and gentlemen, if Pancasila is a state ideology, it cannot be proved that Pancasila cannot be weaker. The values of Pancasila cannot be weaker just because Pancasila is an ideology. So ladies and gentlemen, why we as the government team must win this debate? Because first we have five strong points and arguments that support these motions, which are violations or anarchist actions prove the degradation of Pancasila values in state's life, the implementations of character survey is the way to shape the character of the nation, and the third is the teachers and educate, and the third is the modernity and the globalization era give a negative impact for internalizing the values of Pancasila. The fourth is the stronger foreign culture, thus weakening the original culture, and the last, the emergence of many crimes as a weakening of Pancasila. So ladies and gentlemen, based on violations or anarchist actions that now happen in Indonesia, most of them the actor is us as a student, it proves that from illegal drugs, crime, bullying, and so on, it proves that the values of Pancasila in our life as students, it's being increased. It proves that there are the degradations of Pancasila values in the life, especially for our students. That's why the government must make the program of the character survey. This is proof that the opposition team, it's agree with us. And then the opposition teams, ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about the character of the nations, why character survey is here? It's to improve the character of the nations. Because what? Because as the state ideology, Pancasila now it proves getting weaker. That's why there must be character survey, which in them it's the profile of students based on Pancasila. It's to improve the character of the nations. And then if we talk about the modernity, the globalization, and so on, the modernity, it's about materialistic, the negative impact of the modernity and globalization, it's about materialistic, individualistic, secularist, even hedonistic. And this is not our culture. This means that the globalization era give a negative impact. That's why there must be character survey to improve or to build the character of the nations. Because once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the state ideology, Pancasila cannot build the character of the students, and it proves that the values of Pancasila is getting weaker. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we must win this debate. As the opposition team, their arguments is too shallow and they don't support their position. At the end of the day, I would like to say thanks for all of our participation, for the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and especially for the opposition team. Thank for our participation. Thank you.
The replay speech of the government spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Now the debate has ended. All the debaters already did their best, and please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. To all the debaters and all the audience, please leave the room.
Okay, thank you. All the teams are already in the room. Okay. Okay, thank you for the participation. Before we, from the education, announce about the team that will be continue to the next round, we are from the educator want to give a big appreciation to all the members of the team. Okay? Because you are the winner for today. So now I want you to pick. I want you to give a big applause to yourself. Okay, 1, 2, 3, because you are the winner. Okay, here are the name of the 6 teams. Will be better. We will be better in the semi-final round. For the first is SMAS Seminari Mataloko. Get 87.3, and the second one is SMAS Regina Pacis. Get 87 point, and the third one is SMAN Saturiung Barat 79.3, and the fourth is SMAN 1 BAJAWA 79.3, and the fifth is SMAN 2 BAJAWA 64.6. Because we have uneven members, so it means that SMAN 1 Golewa Selatan will be in the next round. Okay, thank you, and good luck for your battle. Bye.
Cek, mohon perhatiannya sebelum kita keluar. Baik, selamat ya tentunya untuk kelima tim serta 1 tim SMA Golewa Selatan tadi. Ya. Jadi total ada 6 tim yang melangkah ke babak selanjutnya. Jadi teman-teman kita diberi waktu istirahat oleh panitia untuk makan siang ya. Terus kita istirahat sebentar. Nanti waktunya, minta maaf tidak ditentukan oleh panitia. Nanti kita polling lagi ya teman-teman untuk masuk. Lalu kemudian 6 tim yang sudah dibacakan, 5 yang mengikuti lomba serta 1 teman-teman Golewa Selatan. Selesai istirahat, akan kita masuk undi lagi untuk kemudian kita melanjutkan ke babak semifinal ya, untuk 3 pertandingan. Karena ada 6 tim. Jadi seperti yang sudah kita sepakati tadi, hari ini kita selesaikan sampai di babak semifinal ya. 3 tim yang lolos pada saat babak semifinal sebentar nanti ini. Yang urutan 3 itu sudah dipastikan untuk mendapatkan juara 3 ya. 1 dan 2 kita akan mempersiapkan diri lagi untuk bertarung di partai final ya. Bisa dipahami ya. Dan untuk pengumuman finalnya sebentar kita dapatkan lagi dari teman-teman panitia. Oke. Waktu sekarang 15.30, kita dikasih kesempatan setengah jam untuk keluar istirahat. Jam 4 tepat kita masuk kembali untuk melanjutkan pertandingan atau perlombaan kita di babak semifinal. Baik, selamat siang untuk kita semua.
Besar. Oh, iya dia masuk besar. Oke, oke.
Cek, 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 cek satu, cek. Cek.
Snack lagi.
Cek, 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 cek. Satu, cek. Cek, satu,
Cek satu. Cek satu cek mic satu.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3.
Ada peserta yang tiba-tiba suara kuat tuh. Ya yang saya ngomong nih. Hardiknas.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek.
Cenggedup men ceng cara kapan layak.
Cek 1. Cek mic 1 2 3. Cek 1. Cek 1. Cek. Cek 1. Cek mic.
Cek satu, cek 1 2 1 2 3, cek mic 1 2 3, cek cek.
Satu, dua, tiga. Cek. Satu, dua, tiga. Cek.
Okay, good afternoon. To all the debaters, please come here to take your lottery.
Mohon perhatian teman-teman panitia, mungkin bisa dibantu untuk tim SMA 1 Bajawa, belum ada di tempat, ya. Tolong dibantu. Mungkin asramanya jauh mungkin dari sekolah. Baik, mohon perhatian untuk kita semua yang berada dalam ruangan ini, teristimewa untuk adik-adik peserta dan juga guru pendamping. Tadi undian sudah dilakukan ya untuk menuju ke babak semifinal, dan tim 1 dari SMA Kolewa Selatan dan juga tim 2 dari SMA 1 Bajawa. Tadi sudah diumumkan dan juga didengar oleh kita semua di dalam ruangan bahwa waktu istirahat kita sampai jam 4 ya. Sudah disepakati, setelah itu kita masuk. Dan sampai dengan saat ini sudah menunjukkan pukul 16:30 ya. Teman-teman atau tim dari SMA 1 Bajawa belum hadir di tempat. Kami dari tim penilai dan juga tim juri sesuai dengan juknis ya yang sudah dibagikan, ada tertera di sini bagi tim yang terlambat ya untuk berada di dalam ruangan untuk mengikuti perlombaan ini sudah otomatis mendapatkan pengurangan poin. Baik, Ibu Guru SMA 1, saya minta masuk dulu. Ada beberapa hal yang mau saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf, ini kita sesuai dengan juknis ya. Tadi sudah saya sampaikan bahwa sampai dengan jam yang sudah disepakati oleh kita bersama, jam 4, teman-teman SMA 1 belum hadir. Sesuai dengan juknis di dalam aturan yang dibagikan oleh teman-teman panitia kepada kami, keterlambatan tim dalam mengikuti perlombaan akan mendapatkan pengurangan poin. Undian sudah kita lakukan untuk melaksanakan perlombaan ini. Kolewa Selatan sudah siap di tempat, tapi SMA 1 belum. Oleh karenanya, seperti dalam juknis, teman-teman SMA 1 kita akan melakukan pengurangan poin. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, saya coba untuk tawarkan, kalau menunggu kita belum ada kepastian, apakah teman-teman yang mendapatkan urutan 3 dan 4 selaku peserta lomba di sesi yang kedua bisa untuk memulai sekarang? Kesepakatan? Bisa ya? SMAN 2 Bajawa dan SMAK Recis. Siap? Siap ya? Oke, terima kasih untuk pengertiannya.
Okay, SMAN 2 Bajawa and SMAS Recis, please take your lottery here. Welcome back to English debate competition in semi-final round. A debate is a form of public discourse. It can be in the form of formal direct oral contest or competition in argumentation between two or more people on a defined proposition at a specific time. Let us meet SMAS Katolik Regina Pacis Bajawa and SMAN Negeri 2 Bajawa. The motion we have in the session is, this House believes that the implementation of minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register at university. Acting as government team, we have SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa, Maria Clarita Jami as the first speaker, Marianus Alderino Babus as the second speaker, Marianus Alderinus Babu as the first speaker, Maria Clarita Jami as the second speaker, and Mauri Cepeni as the third speaker. And the reply speaker is Marianus Adrinu Babus. Acting as the opposition team, we have SMAS Katolik Regina Pacis Bajawa, Maria FND Niki as the first speaker, Yunanda Bekani as the second speaker, Francisca M. Soli as the third speaker, and the reply speaker is Maria F. Niki. To open the debate, I give the chance to the first speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So today we are debating with the motion is the implementation of a minimum competition assessment is only obstacle to register at university. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time given to us. And in here, we are a government team. The implementation of minimum competition assessment is an obstacle to register at university. The national assessment is a mapping of the quality of education for all schools, madrasas, and equality program at levels from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of the three parts of the fellows. First, minimum competency assessment or AKM. The first is AKM. The AKM is designed to measure the cognitive learning outcomes or literacy and numeracy of students. What are literacy and numeracy? Literacy here is closely related to our ability to understand information from reading. Meanwhile, numeration itself is related to the ability to digest information in numerical cognitive form. The second part of a character survey is the AKM is used to test student cognitive abilities in literacy and numeracy. This character survey is designed to measure student learning achievement in the social emotional file in the form of character pillars with the aim of painting of Pancasila student provide. The third or final part is the environment survey. This activity aims to evaluate and map the supporting aspects of the quality of learning in the school environment. If previously, the final exam was used to test the student learning outcomes as a requirement for graduation, the national assessment globally conducted a border test. This is done with the aim of trying out a basic mapping of the quality of education that is defined in the file. As said by the Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, the results of the national assessment have two consequences for school only mapping so that they know the real conditions. Not just doing the mapping, the Ministry of Education and Culture will also assist schools and local education offices by providing an assessment report containing an explanation of the strengths profile and areas the improvement of each school and region. What is the difference between a national assessment, national examination? Now we discuss what are the difference between the national examination and the national assessment. So there are some difference that you need, let's discuss by one. The first difference is in assessment method. If the UN is tested using a fixed test or a set of questions for all participants. At 8 a.m., the question tests are adjusted.
That's point, sir.
No thanks. Only multiple choice, but also complex multiple choice, or more than a correct answer. Sir, filling up to easy question. In the national examination, what is measured in the exam in the achievement?
That's point, sir.
No thanks. Competencies based on Ministry of Material in the subject. In the national assessment, what is the measure in the competence of student and in literacy and numeracy, student character and...
That's point, sir.
Yes, please.
So thank you for the change. So basically, you just talk about the national examinations and the minimum competency assessment. Now, what is the proof that minimum competency assessment make it difficult for students to apply to higher education? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I will answer your question. Okay, thank you for the time. And the Ministry of Education and Culture will also assist schools and local education offices by providing an assessment report containing an explanation of the strength profile and areas the improvement for each school and region. Now, this is interesting in
That's point, sir.
exams. Yes, please.
Okay, so my question is, what is the proof that minimum competency assessment make it difficult for students to apply to higher educations or in university? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lately, 8 km has been a critical topic to talk, but to apply there's still a lot of things to fix. Based on our reference, 8 km survey has been applied in March 2021, but because of pandemic, this plan has been resulted. So what is the point of your defense, your opinion? The truth is there is still a lot of things to prepare before 8 km because real and 8 km will still be held. The difference between the national examination and the next national assessment is in the reporting of the results. If in the national examination, the report of the text results is in the score of each student, the A grade score of each school, and the A grade score per region in the different from the national assessment. In the national assessment, what becomes the results reporting the answers. A grade score of each and the aggregate per region. Then why does our team agree that AKM makes it difficult of students to enter PTN? It is clear that AKM. Okay, thank you.
The first speaker of the government team spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. I give the time to the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, chairperson, timekeeper, and all of the participants, especially from the opposition team. So ladies and gentlemen, I am the leader of opposition from the opposition team. So before I'm going to explain about our arguments, first of all, I would like to give some rebuttals. The first, ladies and gentlemen, basically what have been brought to the floor by the government team just about the difference of national assessment and national exam. They don't even talk about what is the proofs that this AKM, or we talk about the minimum competency assessment. It's make it difficult for us as students to apply to higher education institutions. They even didn't give a proofs, or they didn't even what is the proof that it makes it difficult for us to apply to higher educations. And then if we talk about national assessment, ladies and gentlemen, there's the different things. We talk about minimum competency assessment. And minimum competency assessment is included in the national assessment. But as the government team, they just mentions about the national assessment, not about the minimum competency assessment. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, basically what has been brought to the floor is just about the difference of national exams and the minimum competency assessment. They even didn't give a proof that it's make it difficult. No, thank you. Now I will going to explain about our arguments, ladies and gentlemen. The first, minimum competency assessment is not determine graduations of students. Yes, please.
Okay. AKM is a kind of a different test. So to join university, we still ask all the kind of the test. What would you say about it?
Can you prove that in the university we test in the old kind of test? Can you guarantee that when we're going to the university, the test is in the old way? Now I'm going to explain our arguments, ladies and gentlemen. Minimum competency assessment is not determine graduations of students, but as an evaluate schools in Indonesia. Based on liputan6.com on 30 December 2020 quoted a statement from Ministry of Education and Culture that minimum competency assessment is not as a determine of students' graduations. So ladies and gentlemen, from this data, this can prove that this minimum competency assessment it's not make it difficult. Because what? Because this minimum competency assessment is not to determine the graduations of the students. So it's not make it difficult for students to apply to the higher educations. Yes, please.
Okay. Have you ever read a kind of AKM questions? We believe that you did not find any special materials about listen. What would you say?
Okay, I actually have been faced with the minimum competency assessment. And ladies and gentlemen, when we are going to the university, what is the most important things about the logical thinking? And the minimum competency assessment, all of the questions is based on logical thinking. It's based on the current situations that happen. So the students, most of the students, prepare themselves for how to face with this problem. So this is not make it difficult, ladies and gentlemen, but this is make more easier to us to apply to higher education institutions. Okay, the next that this to the definitions of minimum competency assessment is to make school in various regions so they can know what competences must to be applied. Ladies and gentlemen, from this we can see together that it's not to determine that what the students can, that students' graduations. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is not a proof that this minimum competency assessment is make it difficult to apply to higher educations. And then ladies and gentlemen, to the second point in argument, minimum competency assessment is the strategy of the national government with the main purpose of the MCA is based on the PISA real survey. Ladies and gentlemen, the main purpose of the MCA is to improve the literacy and numeracy of the students. When we talk about literacy and numeracy, this is a basic competence that all students must have. And when we talk about the subject, all of the subject must have this basic competence, which is literacy and numeracy. And based on the data from PISA, that Indonesia is the second lowest country with the lowest literation. This makes the assessment must apply to Indonesia. And this not make assessment it's difficult for us to apply to higher educations. Because what? Once again, for the minimum competency assessment, in the minimum competency assessment questions, everything must to be logical thinking. When we talk about logical thinking, it's about how we face the world of work. And this is the main purpose of when we're going to the university, ladies and gentlemen. And then, ladies and gentlemen, minimum competency assessment is in the middle school. This is in fact, ladies and gentlemen, that minimum competency assessment is held in the middle school, which is for the 5 in the elementary school, the 8 grades in the junior high school, and 11 in the senior high school. So it's not make the minimum competency assessment make it difficult for us to apply to higher educations. Because what? Because the minimum competency assessment is held in the middle school, ladies and gentlemen. So it not brings any impact for the students in the last grade when they must face to apply to higher educations. Ladies and gentlemen, from all of this point, it can prove that minimum competency assessment it's not make it difficult for students to apply to higher educations, but it's make us more easier to apply to higher educations. That's why, at the end of the day, we from the opposition team back to oppose. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 40 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the time given for me. Ladies and gentlemen, the implementation...
Attention please put off your mask.
The implementation of minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register at university. The Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, said the result of the national assessment have no consequences for school, only mapping so that they know the real condition. The Ministry of Education and Culture will also assist school and local education office by providing an assessment report containing an explanation of the strength profile and areas of improvement for each school and region. What is the difference between a national assessment and a national examination? Now, there are some differences that you need to know. Let's we know one by one. First, assessment methods, thing that is measure, participate, reporting of the test objective. After AKM is implemented, the national examination will be eliminated. This certainly affect the enthusiasm and ability of children in learning. Since the first time the national examination was implemented, it has become a scourge for students where their learning process is actually measured by the result of the national exam they face and the scores they have achieved. Whereas the AKM is the opposite, which only makes students as test takers, but what is measured? Its success is a learning system. In addition, AKM also does not measure student learning materials that they have studied for several years in education. The AKM test material is general reading material, so it certainly does not cover all subjects.
On that point, ma'am.
No thanks. Does not cover all subjects that have been passed by students. It is true if the national exam itself does not include all subjects, but subject
On that
majors.
point, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Okay, basically the government team still mentioned about the difference between the minimum competency assessment and national examination. But I will ask to the government team, can you give the evidence to prove that with the implementation of minimum competency assessment make it difficult to us as a student to apply to higher education? And the second point, the government team mentioned about the minimum competency assessment is the basic assessment. It's back to the explanation from our leader of opposition. They state that literacy and numeracy skill is the basic competence for the student. That's all.
There are some differences that you need to know. First, assessment methods. The first difference is in the assessment. Method. If the UN states using a fixed test or a set of questions for all participants. At AKM, the question tests are adjusted to the student abilities. The form of the exam is different. Second,
on this point, ma'am.
No thanks. In the national examination, what is measured in the exam is the assessment in curriculum competencies based on mastery material in the subject. In the national assessment, what is measured is the competence of student in literacy and numeracy, student character, and the...
On that point, ma'am.
No thanks. And a description of the learning environment. 3. Participant. Now this is interesting. In previous final exam, the final exam participant were students in grade 12 of senior high school and grade 9 of junior high school. A different thing happened in the 2021 national assessment where participants were drawn randomly from grade 5 elementary school, 8 junior high school, and 11 senior high school. So, not all students will become participants later. This policy was made with the aim that students who are participating of the 2021 national assessment can experience improvement in learning after the assessment. In addition, this policy also aims to provide an overview of the impact of the learning process carried out in each educational unit. Next, reporting of test results. The difference between the national examination and the next national assessment is in the reporting of the result. If in the national examination, the report of the test result is the score of each student, the aggregate score of each school, and the aggregate score per regions. It is different from the national assessment. In the national assessment, what becomes the test result reporting is the aggregate score of each school and the aggregate score per region. It is clear that the AKM is an untested test system like the national examination. The national exam is more or less an improvement of the student learning evaluation system in Indonesia from the previous evaluation system such as EPTANAS, while the AKM that seen from the system and materials being tested, we can conclude AKM is a new system at the primary to secondary school level, and its success has never been measured as the transition test to the PTN bench so that
if SNMPTN is still used Western. Thank you.
Second speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeeper, and also all of the participants, especially the government team. Okay, the government team still mentioned about the difference between the minimum competency assessment and national examination. But we think that the government team is misunderstanding the motion, because we talk about the minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register at university. But the government team still mentioned about the difference between the minimum competency assessment and the national examination. So the government didn't just talk about the difference between the minimum competency assessment and national examination. They do not show the evidence to prove that the with the implementation of minimum competency assessment make it difficult to us as a student apply to higher education. And also, as we know that now we have the school examination to determine the graduation of the student, and also this is proof that with the national minimum competency assessment make it easier to students to apply to higher education, because the minimum competency assessment is implemented at the middle level, and minimum competency assessment also is not a determinant of graduation, because as we know, the determinant of the graduation of student is the school examination. No, thank you. So I will continue explain the next argument to support the argument from leader of opposition. The next argument is minimum competency assessment is not determinant of graduation. Minimum competency, no thank you. Minimum competency assessment consists of two contents, which are literacy and numeracy tests. These two tests are the basic competence must be owned by student before studying each subject. Beside that, yes please.
AKM, it's only about literacy and numeracy, but to join university, you have to master a lot of the material from the lesson you got in the class. We believe that AKM will be a very big deal. Thank you.
Okay, I get your point. You state that minimum competency assessment just literacy and numeracy test. But as we know, back to the first argument from the leader of opposition, stated that literacy and numeracy skill is the basic competence must be owned by student, because this is the basic competence and make it easier for student to study for each subject. So I will continue to explain my argument. Besides that, the question of minimum competency assessment is not determined of whether of student passes or not, but minimum competency assessment is only to assess the whole school based on potential and needs. And as we know that minimum competency assessment is not carried out as a final exam, but is carried out before the final school exam. Is carried out to meet the strength and the weaknesses of the school in preparing student face to final exam. Quoted from Compass.com on 4th February 2021, it was explained students declared to have graduated from the educational institution unit or education institution after they are first completing a learning program during the COVID-19 pandemic, as evidenced by a report card every semester. The second is obtain a minimum good attitude or behavior value. The third is take an exam organized by the education institution. This means that the minimum competency assessment is not used the basis for determining graduation. So the minimum competency assessment does not eliminate what students learn, and also to prepare themselves for school examination, and are supported by the implementation of minimum competency assessment to help school assess the quality as a whole, so that with this minimum competency assessment make it easier for school to be able to improve the quality in order to prepare the student for school exam. The next is minimum competency assessment implemented at the middle level. As we know, minimum competency assessment is implemented at the middle level, which are the 4th grade, 10th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. This is certainly different from the implementation of the school examination, which has been held the end of the level. By carrying out this minimum competency assessment in the middle of education level, it's hoped that the result can become a benchmark for improving the learning process. Thus, the learning outcomes of students will be even better before they finish their study period. Students who have not yet got the maximum score are given the opportunity to improve their learning process until they get expected learning outcomes. Students who have got the maximum value for the minimum competency assessment will further motivate them to increase their creativity to the maximum score, so that the implementation of this minimum competency assessment will not interfere with the learning process of students to prepare themselves to register for higher education. Minimum competency assessment is also used to measure all subjects, because we know that school examination is used to measure only a few subjects, while the minimum competency assessment will be used to measure all subjects. The next argument is minimum competency assessment to measure cognitive and effective of students. Minimum competency assessment is used to measure cognitive and effective abilities, while the school examination is only able to measure the cognitive abilities of students. Effective and physicomotor abilities of students cannot be measured, because it has functioned to measure cognitive and effective abilities. School and all education components will be able to improve the quality of education and the quality of character based on local wisdom. Minimum competency assessment does not prefer certain subjects, because the school examination which has been implemented has tended to create a lesson dichotomy, because students tend to prioritize learning in the subject being tested rather than other subjects. So that's why at the end of the day, we from the opposition team take to oppose. That's all, and thank you.
The second speaker of the opposition spent 6 minutes and 50 seconds. For final response to the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Okay, thank you. The difference between the national examination and the next national assessment is in the reporting of the threshold. If in the national examination the report of the test result in the score of a student, the aggregate score of a school, and the aggregate score per region, it is different from the national assessment. In the national assessment, what becomes the test result reporting in the aggregate score at school and the aggregate score per region. The next difference is in the purpose of test. Of the national examination, the goal of the test in mapping and learning improvement. As for the national assessment, the objective of the test is to improve learning and to increase a conductive learning environment. After ATM is implemented, the national examination we will eliminate this certile affects the enthusiasm and ability of students in learning. Since the first time the national examination was implemented, it has become a source for students where their learning process is actually measured by the result of the national exam they face and the security they have achieved, whereas the ATM is the opposite, which only makes students as the text but what is mentioned. Its success in a learning system. In addition, ATM also does the measure student learning materials that they have studied for several years in education. The ATM does materials in general reading materials, so it does not cover all subjects that have been present by students. It is true if the national exam itself does not include all subjects, but subject measures are certain tested. This incontrovertibly makes students enthusiastic for learning and encouraged for a failing in their major, with, as well or no student authority cause a particular major because the fail that the major will have clues related to challenge. As an illustration, for example, a student wants to become a doctor. Of course, the major he will take is the mathematics and natural science major, and when facing a national exam, the subject he will face are science subject. The when he want to enter the medical faculty, the folded that will be used as benchmark are the folded of subject related to science. The why does our team agree that AKM makes it difficult of students to enter PTN? It is clear that the AKM is an understand. No, thank you. Understand the system like the national examination. The national exam is more or less an important of the student learning evaluation system in Indonesia from the previous evaluation system, such ABT and in. Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team say that the government team say that to implement or to apply to higher education, students must be need or to mastery in mathematics. But as we know, that literacy and numeracy is a mathematics too. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then why does our team agree that AKM makes it difficult for students to enter PTN? It is clear that the AKM is an understand test system like the national examination. The national exam is more or less an improvement of the student learning evaluation system in Indonesia from the previous evaluation system such as ABT and IAs, while the AKM that's sent from the system and materials being tested. We can conclude AKM is a new system at the primary to secondary school level, and its success has never been measured as a transition test to the PTN, which so that is in pay. Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the position the government say that to apply to higher education, of course, or to be a doctor, of course, students have to learn about mathematics. That's proof that the government is agree with us because in minimum competency assessment, we talk about the numeracy that have an important thing to students.
No more PI. Please continue your speech.
Okay, thank you. This House believes that the implementation of minimum competency assessment an obstacle registered at university because AKM makes it difficult for students to enter PTN. It is clear that the AKM is an understand test system like the national examination. The national exam is more or less improved of the student learning evaluation system in Indonesia from the previous evaluation system such as ABT and AAs, while the AKM is sent from the system and material being tested. We can conclude AKM is a new system at the primary to secondary school level, and its success has never been measured as a transition less the PT and be so that is if is in MPT in is still uses questions that are not AKM question, it will certainly be very difficult for students. The third or okay, thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Okay, I will speak in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, educators, timekeeper, and also all participants in this debate, especially for the government team. Ladies and gentlemen, I get a 4 point. That the government is the argument from the government team. I get a 4 point. There is one or first only mapping. The assessment of national there is the minimum competency assessment only mapping. But as we know, ladies and gentlemen, the minimum competency assessment not only mapping the quality of each school in Indonesia, but because of mapping, the government can fix or can improve their quality of learning and the quality of learning environment. And the second point is does not cover all of subjects. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the minimum competency assessment is cover all subjects because the minimum competency assessment, as we know, is the buku Tingkat academic have biology, sociology, and also physics and other subjects. And the third is different from the national examination. Ladies and gentlemen, the government team always say that the minimum competency assessment is very different from the national examination. Of course, this is true. Then this is proof that the government team is agree with us because of the different from the national, because of the minimum competency assessment is different from the national examination. That this is not have or does make students are difficult to apply to higher education. No, thank you. The fourth point is just talk about the difference between minimum competency assessment and national examination. They do not show the evidence to prove that the implementation of the implementation of minimum competency assessment will make difficult to apply to higher education. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for all of our argument, it can be concluded that thank you. Minimum competency assessment is covering all subjects. The implementation of minimum competency assessment is not make students are hard to apply to higher education because minimum competency assessment have questions that cover all of the subjects. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. How can AKM make it difficult for students when registering to enter paid TN? Meanwhile, we all know that the final exam and grades selection are two different things.
Okay, I get your point. Ladies and gentlemen, the opposition team, this is the government team, is agree with us. This proof that the government team is agree with us because they said about how can the minimum competency assessment, the implementation of minimum competency assessment is difficult to make students are difficult to apply to higher education. Okay, next. Minimum competency assessment in no way tests all of the subjects that students have learned. Instead, the minimum competency assessment summarizes all the things students have learned in each subject and makes relationship among the subjects. For example, in literacy question, students are given various questions that have an article with content history, biology. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Based on our reference, AKM Seoul has been applied in March 2021. But because of pandemic, this plan has been rescued. So what is the point of your defense, your opinion? The truth is there's still a lot of things to prepare before AKM because real and AKM will still be held.
Okay, I get your point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that the government team has the question from the government team has no relationship with the motion
discuss now about the implementation of minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register at university. Okay, next, I will continue at the conclusion of our team. With minimum competency assessment, students know how important to learning every subject, because now most students always think that for reach their dream, they only have to learn some subject. Then students always do not want to learn another subject which they think not important for their future, even though it is important to learn a subject to become the basis of their dreams later. We cannot, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot equate minimum competency assessment and national assessment, even though minimum competency assessment are used after national exam is eliminated, because the purpose of minimum competency assessment and national exam is very different. Minimum competency assessment aims to make an assessment to the quality of every school in Indonesia. Quality assessment is not only based on students' academic level in literacy and numeracy, but also on character assessment and environmental of learning assessment. While national exam is used to assess each student's achievement in each subject that will be tested, such as mathematics, science, Indonesia language, English language, then minimum competency assessment is not used as a determinant of students' graduation, because minimum competency assessment is even implemented for students who are in grade 2 at secondary school level and in grade 4 at elementary school, at 5 at elementary school, not in the last grade in every level of education. Then under minimum competency assessment is implement all subjects studied by students. That's why we from the opposition team very agree with the motion. We from the opposition team disagree with the motion that said that the implementation of minimum competency assessment is an obstacle to register at university. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 18 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver a speech.
Okay, so I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially from the government team. So ladies and gentlemen, basically the government teams always mentions about the difference of the national examination and the minimum competency assessment. But ladies and gentlemen, it was rebutted by our opposition's whip that say that, of course, this difference, and it's make it that this minimum competency assessment, it's not brings difficult. Because what? Because the national examination is to determine the graduations of the students. But minimum competency assessment, it's to evaluate the students, evaluate the schools, not for the determine of the graduations of the students. This is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that minimum competency assessment is not bring difficult or bring obstacle to apply to higher education institutions. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the opposition teams mentioned about everything, the students learning per subject, and when we're going to the higher education, for example, when we're going to be a doctor, we must to master in mathematics. It proves that the government teams agree with us, because what? When we talk about mathematics relate to the literacy and numeracy. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, literacy and numeracy, it's a basic competence that must to have, that all of the students in the nations must to have it. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, that we as the government team must win this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, why we as the government team must win this debate? The first, we from the opposition team must win this debate. The first, the minimum competency assessment is not determine the graduations of students. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as the minimum competency assessment is to evaluate all schools in Indonesia, but not as determine.
And then it proves, ladies and gentlemen, that this minimum competency assessment it's not bring obstacle to apply to higher education or to apply to university. Because what? Because when we're going to the university, this not determined with the value of minimum competency assessment. And then, the second point and arguments. Minimum competency assessment is a strategy of the national government with the main purpose based on the data from the PISA that Indonesia is the country with the lowest literacy. Ladies and gentlemen, back again. When we talk about literacy and numeracy, it's a basic competence that must to have from all of the students in Indonesia because all of the subject it's related to the literacy and numeracy. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, minimum competency assessment not bring difficult for the students to apply to the higher education or we call to the university. And then, ladies and gentlemen, minimum competency assessment it's not happen in the last grade, but in the middle grade like 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. When we talk about the apply of higher education institutions, it will always relate to the last grade. But now back again to ladies and gentlemen to our arguments that minimum competency assessment it happen in the middle grades. It means that it's not brings any impact to the students in the last grade for them to apply to the higher education. And this is proof, ladies and gentlemen, that minimum competency assessment it's not brings any difficult for students, but make it easier for students to apply to higher educations. As the government teams, they don't prove about what is actually why this minimum competency assessment make it difficult for students to apply to higher education. That's why we must win this debate. At the end of the day, I would like to thanks for all of our participants, for the educators, timekeeper, chairperson, and all of the participants, especially from the opposition team. I'm sorry if something cannot be pleasure, and thank you.
The replay speech of the opposition spanned 4 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So the national assessment is the mapping of the quality of education for schools, madrasas, and equality program at the level from elementary to secondary level. The national assessment itself consists of the parts of the following. First, minimum competency assessment, or AKM. Second, survey character survey, or survey character. And third, learning environment survey. And the Minister of Education and Culture, Nadiem Makarim, the results of the national assessment have no consequences for schools, only mapping so that they know the real conditions. The Ministry of Education and Culture will also assist schools and local education offices by providing an assessment report containing an explanation of the trends provided and areas of improvement for each school and region. For assessment method, and 5 things that in measured, and 6 participants, and 7 reporting of the results. The difference between the national examination and next national assessment in the reporting of the result. If in the national examination, the report of the test results is the score of each student, the grade score of each school, and the grade score per region, it is different from the national assessment. In the national assessment, what becomes the results reporting is the grade score of each school and a grade score region. After AKM is implemented, the national examination will be eliminated. This certainly affects the education and ability of children in learning. Since the first time the national examination was implemented, it has become a strategy for students, where their learning process is actually measured by the results of the national exams, the phase and the scores they have achieved, whereas the AKM is the opposite, which only makes students as test takers but measured. With the exam elimination of national exams, the education system in Indonesia have a follow-up of number of other countries that have also eliminated final exams such as Singapore, Japan, and Finland, Germany, and Australia. This is why the implementation of the minimum competition is on assessment is an obstacle too, because lately AKM has been a critical topic to talk, but to apply there's still a lot of things to fix. Based on our reference, AKM should be applied in March 2021, but because of the pandemic, the plan has been restalled. So what is the point of the you defend your opinion? The truth is there are still a lot of things to prepare before AKM because the real and will still be held. The first difference is the assessment method in the UN is tested using a 5 test of a set of question for all participants. At AKM, the question tests are adjusted to the student abilities. The form of the exam is different. In AKM, the questions being tested are not only multiple choice, but also complex multiple choice, more the online correct answer, so appealing up to easy questions. It is clear that AKM is understood test system like a national examination. The national exam is more or less the improvement of the student learning evaluation system in Indonesia from the previous evaluation system such as ABT, ANS. While the AKM, the scene form, the system and material being tested, we can conclude AKM is a new. Thank you.
The replay speech of the government spent 4 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, the debate has ended. The debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room. I call SMAN 1 Riung Barat and SMAS Seminari Mataloko to take the lottery here.
Baik, selamat sore kita semua. Beristimewa untuk kita sekalian yang ada dalam ruangan ini. Jadi untuk para peserta yang mungkin belum diberikan kesempatan untuk maju dan juga Bapak Ibu guru pendamping serta mungkin ada pendukung ya Bapak Ibu guru. Jadi ruangan ini memang disiapkan oleh panitia untuk berdebat ya, untuk debat bahasa Inggris ya. Namun tentunya yang berhak untuk melakukan atau mengikuti lomba debat bahasa Inggris itu ya, yang berhak untuk berbicara itu 2 tim yang maju ke depan ya. Jadi kami harapkan untuk kita yang ada di belakang jangan sampai ada debat-debat tidak resmi ya, yang kemudian mengganggu jalannya pertandingan atau perlombaan. Bisa dipahami ya? Adik-adik kita sudah dari pagi ya, sekarang sudah hampir jam 6, jadi mungkin tingkat konsentrasinya agak menurun. Jadi sekali lagi mohon kerjasamanya. Terima kasih.
You have 10 minutes to prepare.
khusus ya teman-teman saya adik-adik dari SMA Kuliah Selatan kita untuk sama-sama mengikuti sesi kedua di babak semifinal ini ya. Oke, kalau ada hal-hal yang ingin disampaikan ada dengan teman-teman panitia. Baik.
Please welcome SMAN 1 Riung Barat dan SMAS Seminari Mataloko. The motion in this session, we have this House believe that the state of failures to address the pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Acting as government team, we have SMAN 1 Riung Barat, Maria Gratia Paing as the first speaker, Johannes Frances Sarman as the second speaker, Maria Hesliana Goe as the third speaker, and the replaced speaker is Maria Gratia Paing. Acting as opposition team, we have SMAS Seminari Mataloko, Melchior Parmonangan Babanong as the first speaker, Antonius Claudio Leta as the second speaker, and Carolus Pedro Nisotokan as the third speaker. The replaced speaker is Antonius Claudio Leta. Okay, to open the debate, I give the chance to the first speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the Lord Almighty God. Because of His blessing and guidance, we could gather in this honorable house in a good condition. And very good evening to the honorable educators, timekeeper, and all my beloved audience. I want to introduce our team. My name is Maria Gracia Paing, and you can call me Grace. I'm as the Prime Minister. On the right side of me,
I am Johannes Franjo Sarman. You can call me Franje. I am asked to be Prime Minister.
on the left side of my friend, I am Maria Hislana Gowe. You can call me Ashley. I am as government whip. That's all. Thank you. This host believe that the state's failure to address the pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we strongly agree with the motion that the state failures to address the pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. We have some reasons gleaned from the latest news on the internet that support this motion. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, the right of citizen is guaranteed in Article 28, H, Paragraph 1 of the 1945 Constitution. But the government is considered negligent because many victims have fallen due to the corona COVID-19 virus pandemic. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute considers that the Indonesian government has failed to fulfill the human health right because of the large number of victims who have fallen due to the coronavirus
As of Tuesday, March 17, 2020, there were 122 positive cases of the coronavirus in Indonesia since it was first announced by President Joko Widodo on March 2020. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks, I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, internationally, the right to health is also protected through Article 12, Paragraph 1 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, which has been deflated by the block number. Now, thanks, I'm speaking. Indonesian law number 11 of 2005. This figure clearly shows the value of the state involving the right to health of citizens.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You say that this because what the government failure, let's make government as a crime against humanity. But the government will be claimed they make a crime against humanity if they do it deliberately, violently, and knowingly. So it means that they don't care about the people. But the fact is, President Joko Widodo has stated that they care about the.
I get your point. Thanks for your question. You know, but based on the fact, now in Indonesian country, many problems and many facts about the cases of the coronavirus itself. You know, back to our motion. Internationally, the right to health is also protected through Article 12, the International Covenant of Economic, Social, Cultural Rights.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You say that that's happened in many cases, but this virus is something unprecedented. So there's no chance to not have this virus. But and also you say that because there's many cases, but from the data I get, the latest Compass in April 20th of April.
I get your point. You say that you have the proof of your argument, but I have the proof. Our team have the proof to support our argument that this related to COVID-19. Many problems about the COVID-19. It is the proof. Say the health of Jakarta legal aid institute. I'm sorry. The right to health of citizens guaranteed by Constitution. Say head of Jakarta legal aid institution. Hari Maulana is the
this motion. Thank you.
The first speaker of the government team spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To respond to the case of the government, I summon the first speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my friends from the government team and judges, honorable judges, chairman, and also the timekeeper. We are the opposite team, and I'm as the leader of opposition, really not can holding on in your opinion. It is I absolutely disagree with our motion today, which says that state failure in tackling down COVID-19 pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. It is a total nonsense to say that state failure should be considered as a crime. To sum up your idea, you say that first, people's health guaranteed in national proclamation in Article 12. And second, you say that government is not serious in facing this pandemic. Well, to be honest, your idea seems to be very good, but I cannot agree with your idea. Because from data that I get from Compass 21st March 2021 says that government has give their chance to, no, thank you, I'm speaking, give their all their they can to keep people in house. So they want to make all people cannot not going home going outside and have this virus. So this is the proof. No, thank you. So this is the proof that government is very serious, and this is the contrary with your argument that say that government is not serious in facing this pandemic. Okay, let me continue.
Interruption, please. Okay, thanks for the chance. Okay, now in the real situation in Indonesian country have 170 positive cases of the coronavirus. It is the proof that the state's failure to address pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Now I have data from internet from compass.com 16th of April 2021. It shows that it is only now about 500 people who got infected. So it is decreased a lot from February. Wait a minute. In February and 21st 2020, it's about 12,000 people. Now it's only 500. So government is taking down this problem seriously. Okay, let me continue. Based on COVID19.co.id, we go as the mouthpiece of COVID-19 task force managers tell us that first, the effort from government is to manually deserve engineer health if the case of COVID-19 will be jumped up. So, you see, this data prove that government are serious, and this is not, this is a contrary with your argument.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, the proof that the state failures the pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. We have the reason about that. In the Indonesian country, many have many problems or cases about the COVID-19 itself. You say that just the cases because it is the proof that that the state failures to address the pandemic should be considered as against humanity.
I got your point. You say like that, but at first I want to say your drawbacks because from your speech, you don't give us a clear define of what is crime actually is. You only say
it is the proof.
I'm speaking. Please shut up. So please listen to this newest data. You see, it is 16th of April, and it says that only 500 from 12,000. How can you not see this data as a real evidence that government are taking down this problem seriously? Okay, let me continue. And then we could also tell us that the second effort to collaborate and make a coordination between the task force of COVID-19 from national until the village level is to support and the effort to make the people stick in health protocol. So you see, if government don't care about us, they will not give us some guideline like 5N and 3T. If we don't do that, if government don't give us that guidance, then you can conclude that it is a crime because government don't care. But government try their best and give us their effort, and their effort can be seen from the data that I told you. Okay. And he said that those are the ways and means for taking down this pandemic. Government want to make and to cut off the third half of the third wave of COVID-19. Now is the people. The people is our key to cut off this cruel pandemic. And to do that, we have to work together. Indonesia nowadays strive really hard, and they to cut off the spreading out of this pandemic. So there is no jumping up in of the cases of COVID-19. From this statement, we conclude that government are really trying their best to help us and to take care of us. If you say that government not serious, then maybe all of us now here is already got infected by COVID-19. We also must see these other of or a country over the sea like Japan, who have got the new cluster of COVID-19. But the cluster that they got in Japan and also in India is not we have in here. So this is the real evidence that government are really trying their best. There was also one good evidence. Let me tell you. Based on Compass, 24 March 2021, there was also a decrease in mobility. So there is a decrease in mobility around 37% in retail and recreation. Now it's only about 8%. So government really tried their best. And we cannot say that this motion that we're talking about today is real and it's true. Because if government don't care about us, if you say that state failure should be considered as a crime, then maybe there are no efforts at all from the government. But the truth is telling the opposite. So, in the end, I, as the leader of opposition, only want to tell you that this motion today is wrong. Government and take care of us, and they're not fair. That's all. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 15 seconds. To extend the case of the government, I summon the second speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Thanks for the chance given. The honorable jurist, timekeeper, and all my beloved audience. Very good morning, very good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we team agree with this motion that the state failures to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. The reasons: firstly, from the business side, the government is not serious and the courage to invite entrepreneurs to help prevent the risk of transmission of the coronavirus. Whereas workers are very vulnerable to infection, but in the way to work or on the way home from work. Condition is filled. Workers or laborers, notice I'm speaking, without protection must risk their health in order to fulfill their needs. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute asked the central government to implement social distancing by coordinating all regions through the region's government and entrepreneurs. Secondly, from the health side, the government is obligated to provide equitable and free health access for people to check out. No, thanks, I'm speaking. If they experience symptoms of the coronavirus. However, the reality on the ground that the find today seems inadequate in the sense that has not been reached by all, both in urban and rural areas. Yes, please. I get your point. Thank you for your care. It is the proof that the Indonesian law, back to our motion, the right to health of citizens in quarantine in Article 28, paragraph 1 of the 1945 Constitution, but the government is considered that negligence because many victims have fallen due to COVID-19 virus pandemic.
May I interrupt, please?
Yes, please.
You still say like that, but the government will be said have a committed crime against humanity if they do not take a part to tackling this COVID-19 spread. So, but the data from Institute Law Australia say that Indonesia rate of infection in Indonesia is only 25.53%. It means that Indonesia is the lowest. I repeat, is the lowest. So it means that Indonesia have a part to tackling this COVID-19.
I get your point. But it's the proof that Indonesian, that the state failures in Indonesia to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Many cases in Indonesian country is spread in coronavirus. Back to our motion, the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute considers that the Indonesian government has failed to fulfill the human health right because of the large number of victims who have fallen due to the coronavirus. As of Tuesday, March 17, 2020, there were 172 positive cases of the coronavirus.
May I interrupt, please?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. Since it was been announced by President Joko Widodo on March 2, 2020. Internationally, the right to health is also protected through Article 12, paragraph 1 of the International
Give me a sec, please.
No, thanks. Let me finish. On economic, social, and cultural right, which has been ratified by Indonesian law number 11 of 2005. This figure already shows the failure of the states in fulfilling the right to health of citizens guaranteed by the Constitution, said the head of the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute, Arif Maulana, in a written statement Wednesday, March 18, 2020. The sources that we describe are just the conditionless 2020. What about the current situation that we have right now? It is really clear that the state has failed to tackle the coronavirus. Thank you.
Second Speaker of the Government spent 6 minutes and 55 seconds. To extend the case of the opposition, I summon the second Speaker of the opposition team to deliver the speech.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicators and audience, and especially my beloved friends from the government team. We are strongly supporting today's motion saying that states' failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should be considered a crime against humanity. But before elaborating more about my arguments and ideas, let me make a quick recap on what the government team has already said. First, they have said that right of health is guaranteed in Article 28H of Constitution of 1945. Yes, it is true, of course, but the government, have you ever considered the government efforts to curb the infection rates of this pandemic? The government has already done its best to tackling COVID-19 pandemic. They gives us many, no thanks. They give us many, they spend many monies. They spend much money to curb the infection rates. They give us, no thanks. It gives us social aid to help us in this pickle situation. So, right of health is indeed guaranteed in Constitution of 1945. But please bear in mind that the society hasn't already done their best. Society ignores the implementation of 5M. They ignores the commandments from the government. Yes, please.
You said that government has already to tackling as pandemic. So why pandemic is still spread in our daily life? So if nation already so if government has already to tackling as pandemic, why pandemic is still spread our daily life and up to no?
Thank you, sir, for your nice question. But the data here from Compass, April 14th, 2021, stated that the infection rates of COVID-19 is decreasing from in the beginning of this pandemic in April 2020.
Please.
No, please, let me finish. And the infection rates in the beginning of this pandemic in April 2020 is 12,000 people per day. But now, in April 2021, lady, please, let me finish. And then now, in April 2021, the infection rates is only 500 people per day. Isn't that a progress in our government tackling COVID-19 pandemic? And secondly, government isn't serious to curb the infection rates. So, according to Compass, March 11, 2021, government spends about 200 billion, I tell you, to curb the infection rate. So see that the government has spent so much money for curbing this pandemic. They don't want, the government doesn't want the people, its people to be in a hard situation. And we perfectly deny today's motion because even the infection rates is now still in effect, but as my speaker has already said that the infection rates is decreasing day to day because from the 12,000 people, now the infection rate is only 500 people per day. Also, the Office of Affairs contributes around 38,520 cases of COVID-19 or around 16.15%. So therefore, we must have a good mitigation. What I mean is we must take care with our health protocol. We must be disciplined with them, and the 5 entity and 5M is the way for us now to prevent this to preventing the getting infected. Also, the government has told to the people to stay in homes, to stay at home. The people, the government makes a rule which we call PSBB. It is the crystal evidence that the government has done its best to decrease the infection rates. The government wants these people to stay at home. That's why government take measures for tackling this pandemic. Also, the government also gives to the people social aids. Social aid is a kind of fund that is given to the poor. It's about per month. So it's approximately 500 rupees per month. It is the real evidence that government really takes care of the people, because the people are now in a pickle. So the government should take measures in preventing, in decreasing the infection rates. Also, based on covid19.gov.id, Wiku Adidasmo, the spokesman of the task force of COVID-19 tells that the first effort from the government is a manual of serve engineering health if the cases of COVID-19 will be jumped up. That is a obvious evidence that the government has done its best to prevent this COVID-19 pandemic. So all in all, for those reasons, we strongly deny today's motion. We condemn your arguments because that's all. Thank you.
Second speaker of the opposition spends 7 minutes and 20 seconds. For final response towards the opposition, I summon the third speaker of the government to deliver the speech.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. The honorable juries, timekeeper, and all the audience, thank you very much given. Ladies and gentlemen, the statement or arguments presented by my first and the second speaker are very clear. Where the government has failed to tackle its citizens from the dangers or calamities of this pandemic. The articles and laws that were presented by the first speaker or Prime Minister were strongly evidence for our team to support this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, the reasons presented by the second speaker or Deputy Prime Minister relating to business health and also the economic crisis that hit our country Indonesia have strongly supported this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, from the business side, the government is not serious and has the courage to invite enterprises to help prevent the rise of transmission of the coronavirus.
May I interrupt, please?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. Whereas workers are very vulnerable to infection, both on the way to work, at work, or on the way home from work. Conditions in the field, workers or laborers without protection must raise their health in order to fulfill their needs. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute asked the central government to implement. No, thanks, I'm speaking. Therefore, the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute asked the central government to implement social distance by coordinating all regions through the region government and entrepreneurs. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, from the health side. Yes, please.
Let me tell to you that our motion today we talk about the state failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should be considered a crime against humanity or not. So you have to give us like a evidence that the Indonesian state failures is become considered a crime against humanity or not. Not become, not you tell about the states is making failure or not.
I get your point. Thanks for your question. Back to our motion, our team still agree with the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Back to our motion, ladies and gentlemen, the third...
May I say something?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. From economic side, there are still many things that country fail to do, such as an economic crisis that occurs throughout Indonesia, which is truly felt by both farmers, employers, and first-hermen, including us here. Thus, this is a strong reason for the state's failure to prevent the coronavirus for the safety of its citizens.
May I say something?
No, thanks, I'm speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, we strongly agree with the motion that the state failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. We have some recent clips from the latest news on the internet that support this motion. Firstly, the right to health of citizens is guaranteed in Article 28 paragraph He of the paragraph 1 of the...
May I ask something, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. From the very beginning, you always said that you agree with this motion without knowing even the crime against humanity. You don't give us the definition of crime against humanity. So, how can you say something that you actually don't know? That's all. Thank you.
I get your point. Thanks for your question. From the Indonesian country, have many problems about the COVID-19 virus. Back to our mission. In addition, international the right to health is also protected through Article 12, paragraph 1 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which has been ratified by Indonesia through laws number 11 of 2001 and 5. This figure clearly shows the failure of the states in fulfilling the right to health of citizens, guaranteed by the Constitution. State that has... No, thanks. Let me finish. Ladies and gentlemen, this figure clearly shows the failure of the states in fulfilling the right to health of citizens, guaranteed by the Constitution, said the head of the Jakarta Legal Aid Institute, Arif Maulana, in a written statement Wednesday, March 17, 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the sources that we describe are just the condition last 2020. What about the current situation that we have right now? It is really clear that the state has failed to take up the coronavirus with the safety of its citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, the statement or arguments presented by my first and the second speaker are very clear. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the government spent 6 minutes and 40 seconds. For final response towards the government, I summon the third speaker of the opposition to deliver the speech.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable adjudicators, timekeepers, and my fellow friends from the government team. I'm the opposition whip of this team, and from this, I feel on the contrary with our motion today that the state failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should be considered considered a crime against humanity. Before I elaborate to you more about my opinion, but let me make a quick recap from the government team opinion. The government team says that nowadays the health protocol is the main point. So because of that, the government don't care about the people. But I want to say that your argument is not truly right. Why do I say so? Because the data that I got from Merdeka.com, 29 January 2021, said that President Joko Widodo stated many times, I repeat, many times, no please, many times that Indonesia is success to control the curve of rate of infection. And then the data from Lowey Australia Institute say that, yes please.
You said that the state is not able to address a pandemic. It nation not value. So why pandemic cases still spread in our daily life and up to now? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. But here you want to know that at least the government may try their best to control or to flatten the curve, because the government will be considered a crime against humanity if they don't take a part to flatten the curve, if they don't care about the people health, so they don't want to flatten the curve. But here I want to say that the institute, Lowey Institute Australia, said that Indonesian ratio case is only 25.53%. It means that Indonesia have the lowest, I repeat, the lowest ratio case of COVID-19 in the world. I repeat, in the world. So it's like a nonsense that if we say that state's failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should be considered a crime against humanity, because at least the government take a part. The government try their best to control or to flatten the curve. Ladies and gentlemen, why the government makes like a failure? It is because we know that Indonesia have many vast territory. It makes like a obstacle to the government to control the flatten. But this time, the government should not be considered a crime against humanity, because they are at least. Yes, please.
Okay, I get 1 point from your argument. You say that the Indonesians have not money. You know, have relation about they not have money. The state failure to address the pandemic is to be considered as a crime against humanity. You know.
Okay. I'm sorry, pardon me, but could you repeat again?
Thanks for the chance, Debat. I get the 1 point from your argument, said that, but the Indonesian not have money, and you know, not relation about the money and the state failures to address the pandemic is to be considered. Thank you.
I don't say that Indonesia have money or not. I don't say it like that. But Indonesia is success to control, to flatten the curve. Because I repeat again, the data that I get from Lowey Institute Australia said that Indonesian rate of infection case is only 25.53%. It means that Indonesia have the lowest infection rates for COVID-19 in the world. I don't say that Indonesia get low money, but I say that Indonesia is success to tackling this virus or to flatten the curve. Okay, let me go back to my point. As my second speaker said that the government will success to control the flatten or to flatten the curve if the government make a mutual cooperation with the community. Based on the words of the government spokesman for COVID-19, Dr. Ahmad Yuryanto, said that the success to effort to the deal with COVID-19 really depends on the role of the community. If the community uh, don't follow the rule that the government already made to flatten the curve, it's useless because because the people don't follow the role that the government has already stated to make to flatten the curve of COVID-19. So, the government will continue to strengthen effort to control COVID-19 by tracing close contact carried out by the local health office authorities, massive sample testing. Like one real example is the government make us rapid test or swab test. This gives us a crystal clear evidence that when the government make the rapid test or swab test, it means that the government try to know the people who tested positive COVID-19 or not. It means that the government should not be considered a crime against humanity because according to Article 28 of the 1945 Constitution, say that a person or group will be accused of committing a criminal crime if they do it deliberately or knowingly and violently. It means that the government don't take a part, but the real fact is the government take a part. They make a swab test, they buy the vaccines to give to the people to flatten the curve. So it's like a kind of nonsense that the government don't take a part to tackling or to flatten the curve of COVID-19 vaccines. Because of that, all in all, I still exactly agree with my first and second speaker that the state's failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should not be considered a crime against humanity because we know the government will be said a crime against humanity if they don't take a part. That's all. Thank you.
The third speaker of the opposition spent 7 minutes and 20 seconds. To end the case of the opposition bench, I call for the reply speaker to deliver the speech.
Well, thank you for the chance given to me. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the government team for having delivered your arguments so well. Before I start delivering my speech, my reply speech, let me conclude or let me make a quick recap on what the government team has stated. First, that right of health is guaranteed in Article 28H of Constitution of 1945. And because of that, and therefore, government violates it. That's why you consider this action a crime against humanity. But from the very beginning, from your prime minister, you have not defined what the crime against humanity is. How can you say like that? You say such a crime against humanity if you don't know what is a crime against humanity. As my third speaker has already said that that in this Constitution of 1945, a person or group will be accused of committing a criminal crime if they do it deliberately or they do it willingly. Government doesn't do that. They doesn't care. They doesn't do that way because the government has already done its best to control the transmission, to curb the infection rates, and also it is really crystal clear that that is a survey from the institution of EOE institution of Australia that Indonesia is the lowest country that it has curbed the infection rates. Indonesia has the lowest infection rates, approximately 25.53%. It's clear that government has done its best, and the government is serious to curb infection rates. But please bear in mind that we have we have seen all the government's measures in tackling this pandemic, like when when government spends about 200 billion to contain the transmission. The government spends so much money for this pandemic. The government gives social aid to help society in this hard situation. So, all in all, for those reasons, we perfectly deny today's motion, saying that states' failure in tackling COVID-19 pandemic should be considered a crime against humanity. So, that's all. Thank you.
The reply speech of the opposition span 3 minutes and 10 seconds. To end the debate, I call for the government reply speaker to deliver the speech.
The Honorable Jurist, Timekeeper, and all the audience, thanks for the chance given. Before I replay speaker, I want to take one opinion from the third speaker from the opposition team. He said that our argument is really wrong, but our team have the proof to support our argument. On the Jakarta Legal Aid, Institute considers that the Indonesian Covenant failed to fulfill the human health right because of the large number of victims who have fallen due to the coronavirus. As of Tuesday, March 17, 2020, there were 172 positive cases of the coronavirus in Indonesia since it was first announced by President Joko Widodo on March 2, 2020. Okay, let me continue the replay speaker. Based on the important points we described above, I can conclude that the country has failed to tackle COVID-19 because the impact of COVID-19 nevertheless all aspects of human life, especially in our loved country. Ladies and gentlemen, the government, in this case, the president must really responsive and care about the citizens. The government should be pay attention to several aspects by curbing foreign and domestic transportation so that the pandemic virus does not spread freely. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, government also pay attention to educational, economic, and public health in general to remote areas. It is why our team still agree of the motion that this always believe that the state's failure to address a pandemic should be considered as a crime against humanity. Thanks, that's all. Thank you.
The reply speech of the government spent 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, the debate has ended. And all the debaters already did their best. Please give them applause. I would like to ask all the debaters to leave the room.
Baik, untuk peserta kan ya, 15 menit. Baik.